We sitting in here, we excited as hell.
Now it's time to get to work. Are you a happy guy?
Oh my goodness, let's go!
I haven't felt joy talking about the Jets in a long time. When they announced it, I went, yeah! Jets, let's go!
Live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's finally here as the Jets continue to thrive as the kings of the offseason. With all these picks and all these trades, can the Jets improve enough to become a playoff team in year 2 of Glenn and Muji? Jake's here and is live breaking down all the picks the Jets are making. It's the Jake Asman Show.
Live on a Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft is about to get underway. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Jake Asman. We are presented by PrizePicks. The Jets are on the clock 3 times in the 4th round. They have 2 7th-round picks, so potentially 5 picks on day 3 of the NFL Draft. That is, of course, if Darren Muji doesn't make more trades, which could change the amount of picks the Jets do have. So far, the Jets have come away with David Bailey at number 2, Kenyon Sadiq at number 16, Omar Cooper Jr. at number 30, and last night, the Jets were scheduled to pick at 44, but they instead traded down 6 spots with the Detroit Lions, and they moved back from 44 to 50 and took corner D'Angelo Pons out of Indiana with that selection. So today, the New York Jets, by trading down, now own pick 103, their own, pick 128, which they acquired in the deal with the Lions, and a comp pick in the 4th round, pick 140. After that, they don't pick again until 228 of round 7 and 242 of round 7. So the Jets are going to be on the clock coming up pretty early on here in the 4th round. In fact, if you look at where specifically the Jets are picking, they have the 3rd pick of the 4th round, pick 103 overall. And based on what Darren Muji said last night when meeting with reporters, everything and anything is on the table for the New York Jets. I think the Jets are in a spot where it's truly about best player available when you're getting to day 3 of the draft. And this is a big opportunity for the Jets today. I know the big damage has already been done with the Bailey, Sadiq, and Omar Cooper picks. D'Angelo Pons, a top 50 pick. That is not a nothing pick either. But the opportunity today for the Jets is still a massive one, especially if you consider a year ago. Let's be real. The Jets did not do well on the 3rd day of the draft. They traded up for guys who weren't very good. They reached on guys who never should have been picked. Arian Smith. So this is an opportunity for the Jets to hopefully make good on their selections from last year. Let's see if we have an improved process from the Darren Muji. Some players to watch today. Let's start with the quarterback position. I think there's a good chance the Jets are going to take a quarterback in the 4th round today. I think there's a good chance the Jets could take a quarterback as early as pick 103. I think part of the Jet thought process of moving down from 44 to 50 was because the Jets wanted to get an extra resource to take a chance on one of the QBs in the 4th round. I don't know if they could wait till the 7th round and get the same level of quarterback that they want. I think the name to watch today is Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback of LSU. He's healthy. He looked good at the Senior Bowl. The Jets met with him at the Senior Bowl. They had a private workout with him after the Senior Bowl. They've done their homework on all the quarterbacks. I think that Garrett Nussmeier from LSU is the early name to watch at the quarterback position. It doesn't mean they're definitely going to take him, but if we're talking about options in the 4th round, I think you start with the quarterbacks, and I believe you start with Garrett Nussmeier. He just seems to me like a guy that if you're the Jets, you take a chance on. High upside, was thought to be a 1st-round pick going into the year, did not have a good year, got hurt. But think about who's gone so far. Carson Beck played a lot of games in college, no longer there. Drew Aller played a lot of games in college. He's no longer there. So if you think about it, who are the other quarterbacks that are left that played a lot of games in college that have pro traits? Well, Garrett Nussmeier's dad, Doug Nussmeier, is the Saints offensive coordinator. He's in the NFL. He's the son of a coach. Some of the things we've talked about with Ty Simpson, what made him appealing for the Jets, I think you could say the same thing about Nussmeier. So he's the name that I have circled as a name to potentially watch. Here are some other names that I have on my short list of options for the New York Jets. I think the interior offensive line is something we need to keep our eyes and ears focused in on. There are two guys that I have circled on my big board here that I think would make some sense for the New York Jets. The first name is Sam Hecht, who is the center from Kansas State. He could probably play in any scheme. He's a guard. He's someone that I think kind of fits what you're looking for. Some people had him as a third-round player. Here he is in the fourth round. Sam Hecht out of Kansas State, 6'4", 297. Saw him at the Senior Bowl. Older player, 23 years old. I think he could make some sense for the New York Jets as they try and add to their interior. I think Connor Lew, the interior lineman from Auburn, I think he's someone that you look at. He had an ACL injury in college, and I think he's a guy that would have went a lot higher had he not gotten hurt in school. I think he will give the Jets, an opportunity to add some more competition to that position. So he's a name to watch. Another name I have on my list, Skylar Bell, the wide receiver from UConn. If the Jets are going to double up at a position group, I think receiver would make a lot of sense. Wide receiver is still a need for this team if we're going to count Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, as a tight end, right? You still need another receiver even after the New York Jets traded back into the first round for Omar Cooper Jr. Skylar Bell's a guy that probably goes a lot higher if it wasn't for the fact that he suffered an injury his last year in college. So I think Skylar Bell is a guy who could be on the short list of names to watch for the Jets. He's a really good route runner. He is someone that has speed. Name to watch, I think. Local guy. I know the Jets did some extensive work on him. He's 5'11", so he's not the biggest guy. He did participate at the Shrine Bowl. He's like your typical possession type of receiver. The guy had 1,200, almost 1,300 yards this year and 13 touchdowns. And I get it, it's UConn, but I know there's people that are way higher on Skylar Bell than what the consensus is. So look, there's some names to watch here. I think receiver is clearly a need for the Jets, and I'd recommend the Jets double up at that position. All right, the Jets also could take a running back. There's a guy that we had on our show at the Senior Bowl, Mike Washington from Arkansas, that I think could be on the short list of some options here for the New York Jets. But if you're looking at the big board here, I think receiver is definitely one to keep your name on and your eyes and ears glued to. Could the Jets also maybe draft another Indiana player? Elijah Surratt, get another Indiana wide receiver. He's still there. Deion Burks from Oklahoma is still there. There's some intriguing names here. Cyrus Allen, the Jets had a top 30 visit with him. Wide receiver out of Cincinnati. Could he be in play? But as we sit here right now, I think the odds are one of these picks in the fourth round is on a quarterback. I'm going to predict it's Garrett Nussmeier. If it's not Nussmeier, well, then I think some of the other QBs to watch maybe go later on in this draft. Maybe the Jets use one of their seventh-round picks on a Haynes King, a Joey Aguilar. They've done some work on Beerin Morton, the quarterback out of Texas Tech. Taylon Green and Cole Payton are still there. They were two Senior Bowl guys I know the Jets met with extensively down there. So we'll see what the Jets decide to do here. I think a center should be a top need. I mentioned Sam Hecht. Connor Lew's also a guy who could be a center/guard. Pat Coogan, maybe with one of the picks the Jets get in the seventh round if he's there. They have some intriguing options here, but I'm excited to see what the Jets do. But so far, I think if you're a Jet fan, how are you not satisfied with the moves they have made to this point? They entered the draft needing playmakers. They drafted two of them. They entered this draft needing to improve their defense. They improved dramatically up front with Bailey, and Pons is a real player. Now, another name to watch, just strictly based on best player available, would have been Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee. But because of the issues with his knees, degenerate knee injuries, they predict, he has fallen all the way to the fourth round. And the first pick of the fourth round is officially in, and McCoy is off the board. So McCoy is officially gone. That means the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. Pick 102, followed by the New York Jets. Now, let's be real. These picks are going to come fast and in a fury. We are trying to not do spoilers here for the Jets pick in the fourth round. So no spoilers here, as I'm staying on with you guys to react in real time to whatever the heck the New York Jets decide to do. But here we go. Pick after pick. Jets on the clock coming up after the Bills selection will officially be put in. We will see what the Jets do. I know for a fact the Bills pick has already been submitted. So the Jets are on the clock for now. It doesn't feel like they're going to trade the pick. So we will react and see what the Jets do here. I'm going to break it down for you guys in real time as the Jets have not one, not two, but 3 picks here in the 4th round, then a huge gap. And let's see if Darren Muji wants to move out of one of these spots, see if they could get into the 5th round, maybe the 6th round. Me personally, I would just stay put. I would just make these 3 picks in the 4th round because I think there's a clear talent drop off once we start getting out of the 4th round. But there's some quality players here. I had down in my notes a couple other guys I didn't even mention. Adam Randall, running back from Clemson. Mike Washington, I already mentioned, but if they want to take a chance on a running back and add to that room another playmaker, I'm in. Zakee Wheatley, the safety out of Penn State. Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh, linebacker. But so far, we have 1 pick that is in. The pick made by the Buffalo Bills. Hey, shout out to Hulk Hands, who came to our draft party. They're showing him on the NFL Network right now. The Buffalo Bills, their pick is about to be made. Their pick is official. They took an offensive tackle, Jude Bowery, from Boston College, which means the New York Jets are officially on the clock here for the first time on day 3 of the draft. Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. PBM writes in, Ty Montgomery, Beast's favorite kicker, Nuss and McCoy. They could take a kicker with one of their 7th round picks. I definitely could see that. Bang Mateo says, Jets drank too much of the Hoosier Kool-Aid. I don't think so, Bang. You're going to tell me D'Angelo Pons and Omar Cooper aren't really good players? If they took 2 players from Ohio State, would you be saying that? Indiana, the last 2 years, has been the best team in college football. They've been dominant. They just had one of the great seasons of all time. So I don't think you could say they drank too much Hoosier Kool-Aid. Omar Cooper Jr. is a baller. Go watch him make guys miss. He forced 27 missed tackles this past year. Could play in the slot, can play in the outside. We thought he could be in play at 16. The guy's a baller. And Pons, I mean, enough said. D'Angelo Pons is awesome. All right, folks. The Jets pick is officially in. We are going to react in real time to what the Jets do here. Again, the pick is in, and we will break it down for you in real time as soon as I see it come across my screen. Let's see what they're going to do at 103 here. This is their own pick, by the way. This is not one they got in a trade. This is their own pick. So, again, there's so many different things they could do with this pick. They could go best player available. They could go quarterback here, which I think is certainly in play. Because if you're the Jets and you like one of these quarterbacks, there's no guarantee by the time you get to 128, you're going to be able to get that player. They're showing the Jets war room right now. Woody Johnson not wearing the suit tonight, going with the white hat. Glenn just handed him the phone, so they're on the phone with the prospect. The pick is definitely in. The Jet presence today from the fans in the pit, a little light, looking like it. All right, here we go. Goodell not announcing the pick. NFL Jet Representative Fan of the Year, Ant, who came to our meetup in London, is the guy making the pick. Let's see what we got here. The Jets select. Here we go. Daryl Jackson Jr., defensive tackle from Florida State, is the pick by the New York Jets. Here's what we know about Daryl Jackson Jr. And full disclosure, this was a guy that I didn't have on my immediate list for the Jets to select. Daryl Jackson Jr., here's what I could tell you about him from looking at my notes in front of me. He is a guy who is a giant. Let's start there. 315 pounds, 6'5", and he is a massive dude. Arm length 34 3/4, hand size 11. Lance Zierlein of NFL.com said that this guy has, he has a wide base. He may never become a tree stump at the point, but he could see vast improvement in his shed and control with quicker hands. The tape is uneven with a floor of an average backup, but Jackson's size and length could be considered unmined gold by some teams. So basically, this guy is a project defensive tackle. We've seen the Jets do some good work at that position last year with Jerron Briggs. So, here's a guy that Carl Dunbar, the Jets D-line coach, you can see pictured on the draft screen there, standing in the back row. Here's a guy for him to potentially coach up here at 103. Let's see if Dom C had a scouting report on him here. Daryl Jackson was Dom's 6th rated defensive tackle. He had a 2nd-round grade on him. Wow. So Dom liked this player a lot. 2 gapping, 1 tech. Let's see. Last year, he had 14 pressures and 1 sack at Florida State. So Dom likes him a lot more than Lance Zierlein of NFL.com did. I'll read you Dom's scouting report on him. Pros. Let's see. Pros, mammoth frame, thickness, solid athleticism, and bend for a man of his size. Effective as a looper on stunts. Good closing speed for his size. Better straight line speed than what's reported. Quickly stacks and sheds in the run game. One of the best run defenders in this class. Understands run concepts and how to ruin them. Anticipates what the lane the ball carrier wants to go and crashes immediately. Hands have some pop. Nice push-pull move. Has a nice spin move that I wish I saw more. Plays to and through the whistle. Made plays along the sideline. Here are the cons on this player, according to Dom C of JetX in his scouting report. Gets too upright after the snap, taking away from some of his power. Not much of a pass rush toolbox. Tries to win with finesse. Expected more power to the game. Creates pop on contact. Doesn't consistently drive blockers backwards. Sack production should be better. 12 QB hits and only 2 sacks last 2 seasons. Again, this guy feels like a project type of defensive tackle with some upside. Now, full disclosure, I'm a little surprised it wasn't a quarterback here. I was fully expecting one of the QBs to go. The Jets might feel like they could get their quarterback at 128, or maybe they just don't like any of these guys. Maybe their guy was Drew Aller for all we know. And he's gone, or Carson Beck. But look, they needed some depth here. This feels maybe a little early, but again, Dom had a 2nd-round grade on him. Lance Zierlein thought he was going to maybe be, an average backup in the NFL. So the consensus is all over the place here with this player. I would have preferred, an offensive player here, but I don't think this is a bad pick by any means. So, all right, first pick for the New York Jets is officially in. We'll get you more information as we go. Comments, how are we feeling? Do we like this one? Mad Max says, Jets should draft Diego Pavia in the 6th round. I think Pavia is going undrafted. I do. I don't think Diego Pavia is going to be a drafted player. I'd be surprised. Some other notes on Daryl Jackson. Dane Brugler wrote that he looks like a comic book character. Like that was the scouting report. This guy is a massive football player. All right, so the Jets clearly believe in his upside as a player here. Take a look at him for yourself. You can see it here. Daryl Jackson considered a massive defensive tackle. So I think with these type of players, you are always looking for like a skill set on day 3. You're like, oh, this guy's got the size and good athleticism. We could take that. We could coach him up. You're not going to find a perfect prospect on day 3. You're looking for traits on day 3. And I think the Jets, they were guilty of only being about traits last year. Oh, Arian Smith's super fast. Let's take him in the 4th round. You still need to have value. Now, I just saw this on X, and I remember watching this at the Senior Bowl when I was there. Here's a video of Daryl Jackson Jr. running over whichever player this was from Missouri. I just saw this on X. Shout out to NYJ Matt for grabbing the clip. Watch this from the Senior Bowl this year, folks. Look at that. Just ran this dude over. So we're talking about a guy with elite physical strength that the New York Jets just added here. So this is the type of player the Jets are getting in Daryl Jackson. So I like it. Daryl Jackson, DT, Florida State, 6'5", 315, dominant run defender, wide base, ton of knockback power, good scheme fit for the Jets. And you're adding to the depth. So let's see if they can turn him into something here. Comments, questions, super chats. They cut the line. Appreciate everyone who is tuned in. I see there's a lot of people who are upset the Jets did not go quarterback here. I do expect that the Jets are going to take a quarterback with one of these 2 fourth-round picks they still have. I'm a little surprised it wasn't at 103, but that tells me maybe they just don't love the QBs. So I'm a little hesitant to say they're definitely going to do it at 128 because if you really liked one of these quarterbacks, would you mess around on day 3? Would you really want to mess around? So let's see. Michael says, I would have grabbed Elijah Surratt here. Can't sell me on Cooper or A.D. Mitchell being a slam dunk. I do think they'll address receiver today, Michael. And look, I get it, but you have to look at the Jets wide receiver room through the lens of their 2 tight ends are going to be heavily evolved as pass catchers. Don't look at wide receiver as a standalone position in terms of guys that catch passes. View the Jets wide receiver room in terms of weapons, pass catchers. Because when you take Kenyon Sadiq at 16, you're telling yourself that you're going to feature him heavily in your offense. Otherwise, how could you justify taking a tight end 16th overall, taking the first tight end off the board? When you make that type of selection, you're saying this guy's going to be heavily involved in our offense. We're going to have a lot of 12 personnel. The head coach already predicted Mason Taylor to be the breakout player for the team this year. So that's telling you that Frank Reich has a plan to use 2 tight ends, 12 personnel as it's called. Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. Nick Shine says, why get upset over not taking a career backup? We aren't taking a guy to play this year or in the future build the roster. I agree. Again, I personally thought they were going to go quarterback here, but I'm not upset that they didn't. You know, it's day 3. Like, if they don't like a guy, you don't just force a quarterback pick. And again, I do think the Jets are going to take a quarterback. More reaction to the player the Jets took, Florida State defensive tackle, Daryl Jackson. Daryl Jackson, let's see, said on a conference call that he's bringing physicality in the run game, elite length, and plays physical, said one scout, according to Connor Hughes. Biggest issue with him is that he didn't have a great pre-draft process. He was not great at his pro day, according to a scout. Added bonus, his length gives him more pass rush ability than you typically see. I mean, I like the player. Plus, did you guys see what he's wearing during his Zoom with the media? This guy kind of looks like a scarier Michael Clemens a little bit. Man. All right, some other picks that have gone in since we last updated the board. Caleb Proctor, defensive tackle from Southeastern Louisiana, went to the Cardinals at 104. Brennan Thompson, wide receiver from Mississippi State, went to the Chargers at 105. So the Texans and then the Niners are up. The Jets won't pick again until the 28th selection of the 4th round. That's pick 128. And because of the comp picks in this round, there's 40 total picks in the 4th round. The Jets actually have the final pick of the 4th round, so it's almost a 5th round pick. But again, first selection is in for the Jets. Daryl Jackson Jr. is the pick by New York. If you're watching live, hit the like button and make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Spencer Green wants to know, Beast, could you take Jackson? Beast, do you think you could take Daryl Jackson?
He's 315 pounds. That's big. That's a guy with a scary head. I think he might kill somebody.
Let's go.
Love it. Love it. I would say that Beast is pretty realistic there because, Daryl Jackson is 315 pounds. Nick Sean writes in, this defense is coming together nicely. I think the defense has really, really improved from a schematic fit standpoint and from an overall depth standpoint. I mean, the Jets' defensive line, if we assume that Bailey is what he's advertised to be, right? A proven pass rusher that's going to come in and immediately complement Will McDonald. And then you factor in Harrison Phillips, Jawan Briggs up the middle, David Oyamata. Then you factor in some of the other, players that the Jets have added to that room because, again, free agency was clearly about fixing the defense. They've used the draft to address the offense. They made the trade for Tavondre Sweat. Joseph Asai, Kingsley Anibari. The Jets have, I think, some real players defensively. Now, they don't really have any superstars besides we think Bailey by hopefully his second year. You take a guy second overall, you're thinking this guy is going to be, high-level, top 10 defensive type of player within a couple years here. But I think they clearly have improved in the front seven. Demario Davis, Jamie Sherwood, now not having to wear the green dot. Like the Jets have dramatically improved their defense. And I think by taking Pons last night, one thing that should be noted is that if he's playing more in the slot as the nickel, I think that allows Minka Fitzpatrick to be, more of like the free safety in the back end of the defense, especially if Glenn's taking over play calling. Aaron Glenn plays a lot of cover one. So you need to have someone you trust as your last line of defense on the back end of your defense. And I think clearly you're going to trust a guy like Minka Fitzpatrick. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made that deal. Julio says, no, McCoy learned our lesson with Jordan Travis. Well, I don't know if the Jets would have taken McCoy. He wasn't there. The value might have been too good to pass up. Can anyone really criticize the Jets if they got a guy who some thought was a top 10 player? If they took him at 103? We'll never know because they went with Daryl Jackson instead. But Jamal McCoy was a talent, man. The guy when he played in 2024 had 13 passes defense and had 4 picks. He looked like a number 1 corner in the league. His pro comp by some was Christian Gonzalez. He was the 16th overall player on the ESPN big board. So I can't sit here and say that they wouldn't have taken him. We'll never know. Hit the like button if you're just joining us. Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. The Jets have made one selection so far with the 103rd pick of the 4th round. The Jets' first day 3 pick of the day, Daryl Jackson Jr. was the selection here, the offensive tackle from Florida State. Daryl Jackson Jr. speaking with the media. I'm going to pull some sound, and we will hear from the Jets' newest defensive tackle in just a moment. Also worth noting, Jackson's uncle is Dexter Jackson, the former Bucs defensive back who won Super Bowl MVP in that Super Bowl that John Gruden and that Tampa team won. So some good bloodlines, as they say in the scouting world. I'm pulling up, by the way, what Dane Brugler had on Daryl Jackson. He had him rated as his 9th defensive tackle. Jackson started his career at Maryland. His first career start came in a bowl game. He enrolled in July of 2021. He transferred to Miami, played a season there, then transferred to Florida State. He redshirted, sat out because of transfer rules, only played in the bowl game. 2024 at Florida State, honorable mention All ACC. 2025 at Florida State, honorable mention All ACC, was a team captain. Again, this guy is a big body. His strengths are good feel for where to find the ball carrier, uses length to stick out, his bare claw hands, and fish runners from the hole. Awesome straight ahead power. Flashes swim, arm over, and stab moves as a pass rusher. Worked hard to develop his body, bulked up from 200 pounds as a high school junior to 340 as a college senior. Scouts say he was a positive influence in the locker room that battled a ton of adversity the past 2 years. Overall, Jackson might never develop into a playmaker, but he has larger-than-life traits to do the dirty work at nose tackle and occasionally pressure the QB. He plays big in a big man's game, and there's always room for that type of player in the NFL. I think I like the pick. All right, let's hear from the latest New York Jet. Pulled some sound of him. Here's Daryl Jackson Jr.
Know about the Jets defense, and then how do you think you'll fit in?
Oh yeah, man. I know Coach Aaron Glenn. I know they got a plan for me. Coach, everybody, just bring that physicality. It's been a great.
Okay.
I feel like your strengths are as a player.
Oh yeah, so I'm bringing physical in the run game. You know, even with my power dress, I can push if I can get to the quarterback. So all above.
Action Jackson, Daryl Jackson to the New York Jets with their first pick here on day 3 of the draft. Do they have Drew Aller announcing a Steelers pick already? Is that who that is on the stage there? Mike DeRamo says everybody can't be a superstar. You need guys to do the dirty work. I mean, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Comments, questions, super chats. They cut the line. Appreciate everyone who was here. Day 3 of the draft as the New York Jets, for now, are scheduled to pick 2 more times here in the 4th round. And then they have the 2 7th-round picks. I still could see a trade down if the Jets want to get some extra picks. And also, here's something I will throw out there too. Could the New York Jets do what Joe Douglas did on day 3 2 years ago? Now, it ended up being a mess because they didn't turn the asset into anything. But do you remember when Joe Douglas was able to make a trade down on day 3 and get a future, either 3rd or 4th? I think it was the Lions. Like, could the Jets find anyone who's desperate for one of the remaining players and get a pick next year and stockpile some assets? Prestige Shogun says, Jake, do you think the guy the Jets probably wanted went before 103, thus why they're still waiting on a QB? Yes, I do think that's entirely possible, Prestige. Again, Muji said last night they thought about trading back into the 3rd round. They made calls and nothing came about. Well, maybe they were making calls for Aller, right? Maybe they were trying to make calls for Beck, and then, well, Beck went first pick of the 3rd round. They were never going to do that. Again, the Jets need guys, though, getting back to the Daryl Jackson selection, that could stop the run. Because now that you drafted David Bailey, and we could debate, is he as good of an all-around player as what Arvell Reese could be? What we need to see this player help the Jets get into 3rd down situations so you can rush the passer. Grayson Halton just went to the Niners. Good pick. I know Will Parkinson, whose brother works for the Oklahoma Sooner football program, was very high on Grayson Halton. So that's a good pick there. If you're just joining us, we're going to be joined by special guests throughout the afternoon here. I'm going to stay on for the entire 4th round. And then should the Jets make any other crazy moves, I'll come back on live and we will react in real time. Ricky NY, who's a huge Florida State fan, so I always trust Ricky's opinion on Florida State players. He super chats us. He goes, Jackson suffered last year from having trash around him, allowed teams to focus on him. Massive human, force first to run. This kind of fits what the Jets needed. Peter Castro with the statement of all statements. Jake, what we need is to score points. You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Peter Castro. Hit the Jet chant for Peter's salient point. I don't think we could act like the Jets don't know that, though. They drafted 2 pass catchers in the 1st round. Kicker and quarterback will be our 7th round picks. So who wrote that? I just saw that comment flash. I could see that. They might not even take a kicker. But if they don't like any of these if they don't go quarterback in the 4th round, there is a chance they just take like Joey Aguilar or someone like that. You know, there is definitely a chance of that. So we'll see what the Jets do. They've added clearly a massive nose tackle to the middle of their defense. Now, I'll say this too. The Jets have taken a lot of players from Florida State the last couple of years. Antoine Staley just tweeted all the players they've taken. So this is something that the Jets have done the last couple of years here. Here are the Florida State players the Jets have taken in the last 6 drafts. They've taken a Florida State player in 5 of the last 6 drafts. Hamza Nazardine, Jermaine Johnson, Jordan Travis, Azarie Thomas, and Daryl Jackson Jr. So those players the Jets have all taken from Florida State. Only a couple of them, I think we could say, have actually worked. But they got a big boy here in Daryl Jackson. Comments, question, super chats will cut the line. I also think there's a chance that the Jets use some of their extra picks, right? 2 picks in the 4th if they want to move up, if there's a quarterback that they actually like. Hold on. Whoa! Speaking of trading up, the New York Jets have just traded up to pick 110. Cincinnati trades the pick to the Jets. It just flashed on the screen. Oh, baby, this has got to be for a quarterback. Here we go.
Breaking sports news on the Jake Asman Show.
The Jets are coming up. The New York Jets have just traded up. ESPN has it. 110. The Jet pick is in. So they're coming up for someone. They're coming up for a quarterback. It has to be a quarterback. Otherwise, why would you trade up, right? You need a quarterback. Clearly, they're not going to not come away with someone. This could be Nussmeier. This could be Cole Payton. This could be Cade Klubnik, who I actually heard last night from some of the Jets like. Are they on the? They're on the clock at 110. Number 110. The Jets are on the clock here. So no spoilers. I'm avoiding the chat. I want to react in real time to this. Who are the Jets going to take at pick 110? What did they give up? Did they just use their extra 4th to come up? This is going to be fun, man. Peter Schrager is talking. I have the thing on mute. Wow, this is crazy. What are we doing here? Yeah, it has to be for a quarterback. Has to be for a quarterback. Let's see. Let's see. No spoilers. I'm avoiding Twitter in the chat right now. I'm pulling up my notes on all the quarterbacks here. Wow. All right. Here we go. Got some early fireworks from Muji. That's 3 trades for Darren Muji here. 3. Here we go. Of the quarterbacks that are left, the top QBs. Again, Nussmeier would be my number 1 if we're definitely going to go quarterback here. Cole Payton is on my short list. Taylor Green from Arkansas. Cade Klubnik from Clemson, a guy that has the Frank Reich size at 6'2", 207. Played a lot of ball in college. Clemson was a bit of a mess this past year. I don't know if they've had great offensive coaching, though, to be fair. Sawyer Robinson from Baylor is still there. There's a lot of different things they could do here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jet pick is officially in. Let's see what they're going to do here. No spoilers in the chat. If you spoil, the mods are going to boot you. We are reacting to all of this together. I don't think it's going to be Taylor Green. I think he's too developmental. I think if you're trading up for one of the quarterbacks, you're trading up for someone who's played a lot of college ball. Because if you look at the trend of guys who have been picked so far, they've all played a lot besides Ty Simpson, whose tape warranted him going higher than any of the guys who have played a lot that are the day 2, day 3 developmental picks. So under that category, under that guideline here, that basically means it's Nuss, Klubnik. This feels a little early for Haynes King. 18 different starting quarterbacks for the New York Jets since their last playoff win. Was that what I just saw on the screen that they flashed? Let's see. I'm on a stream, so I'm not checking the chat. Here are the details of the trade, though. Let me bring the details of the trade here, and then we'll see the actual pick that the Jets are going to make, and I will react in real time. The trade that the Jets made with the Bengals. Let's see what they gave up here. The Jets, they traded pick 110. Or actually, the Jets traded, so the Jets traded pick 128 and pick 140. So they don't have a 4th-round pick now. They got back a 6th-round pick, which is 199, which, by the way, was the pick number that Tom Brady was selected for what it's worth. But I think they're going quarterback here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traded up. I don't think the Jets trade up. unless it's for a quarterback. So I don't know who it is yet. I'm avoiding the chat. If you spoil it, hopefully one of my mods timed out whoever spoiled it for people. But here's what we know. We know the Jets are on the clock because they moved up to make this pick. They traded their other fourth that they had, which was pick 140. Pick 140 was the comp pick that they acquired. And they got back a 6. So they're going to pick 199, and they still have their 2 sevenths. So they'll have 199, 228, and 242. The Jet pick is in, baby. Here we go. Who's announcing it? I'm going to listen in. Get to the podium. Here we go. We react in real time. Wow. Cade Klubnik, the pick by the Jets. They did go quarterback, and they went with the quarterback from Clemson. This surprises me. Cade Klubnik is the day 3 developmental pick by the New York Jets. 916 completions at Clemson, the most in Clemson history. 73 passing touchdowns, 4th most in Clemson history. A year ago, Cade Klubnik was a guy who was going to be picked, we all thought, in the 4th round. Or in the 1st round, excuse me. Now here he is a year later. Did not have a great final season at Clemson. And he's the developmental pick by the Jets. Initial reaction, this was not the developmental quarterback I would have pursued. I think the ceiling on Garrett Nussmeier would have been higher. I would have liked maybe a guy with a little more upside like a Cole Payton or a Taylon Green. But I think if you're a Jet fan, you can't go nuts over any day 3 pick. Chances are none of these day 3 quarterbacks are going to be any good. Look at the best quarterbacks in the league. The vast majority of them, 90% of them, were 1st or 2nd round picks. So the Jets are taking a chance on a guy that they think has some traits that they can win with. You see Frank Reich standing in the back next to Muji and Glenn. This is a Frank Reich pick. Frank Reich gets a guy that he thinks can fit his system. And we'll find out if the Jets could turn him into something. If he develops into a long-term answer at backup, that's a win. But the Jets trade up to 110, and they take Cade Klubnik. So their quarterback room is now Geno Smith, Bailey Zappi, Brady Cook, and Cade Klubnik. We know Cook will not make the team, so it will be Geno and then Bailey Zappi and Cade Klubnik as your room, in all likelihood. 3-year starter at Clemson. Last year completed 65.6% of his passes. He threw for 2,943 yards, 16 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. I think this is not going to excite the fan base. But again, he's a developmental quarterback. He does have the game experience, right? If you're looking for games started, he does have the game experience. I would have went Nussmeier, though. They paid a price to get him, though, right? I mean, they moved down 6 spots last night to get the extra pick in the 4th round and then use that extra pick to come up for Klubnik. So clearly they like him, right? If they could have just waited and he probably would have been there at 128, but they didn't want to take the chance. They thought that the value was good for Klubnik. We'll see. When was the last time the Jets took a Clemson quarterback? Was it Taj Boyd when Rex was still the coach? We're clubbing for Cade, someone wrote in the chat. Again, when you take a quarterback on day 3, you can't expect much. You're hoping the guy, it's a win if he could develop into a long-term backup. I want to remind people that. We don't need to go nuts over any day 3 quarterback. Hopefully, the Jets, the last time they took a day 3 quarterback, he never played a snap in the NFL because they took a guy whose leg exploded, right, in Jordan Travis. So I don't think the Jets needed the trade up to get Klubnik, though. I don't. I think he would have been there at 128. I think the issue I have with the move is that they moved up to take him. I'd rather have just stayed put and selected Cade if he was there at 128. So I'm not a fan of this one, but we'll see. It almost feels like the Jets are starting to repeat last year's day 3. They lit picks on fire on day 3. I don't know if they lit this one on fire, but Cade Klubnik is a bit of a head scratcher to me compared to the other options. But again, it's the 4th round. You know, you like the player, you go get the player. Here's the scouting report that I've seen from Badlands. They're not very high on him. Cade Klubnik was a round 7 graded player by Badlands. On the consensus board, he was 232 for them, and the Jets took him at 110. Again, with quarterbacks, though, it's all over the place. If we're being fair, everyone's got different opinions on these guys. Look at our shows the last 3 months when we've talked about these quarterbacks. Cade Klubnik, according to Dane Brugler and the Beast rankings, had him at number 8. His QB 8. The Badlands scouting report says Klubnik is your typical modern-day dual-threat QB, can make throws at all 3 levels of the field, has enough arm strength to hit tight windows even when his feet aren't completely set, tough runner who does not shy away from contact and runs between tackles. Klubnik has started over 40 games in college, and he's still often a tick slow when diagnosing coverages. This has led to him taking too many bad sacks and put his team behind the chains. He was in an offense that throws a ton of passes near and behind the line of scrimmage and still showed accuracy woes. When asked to play the best competition, you would often see Klubnik play his worst football and look like the moment was too big for him. This world has been waiting for 4 years for Klubnik to live up to his recruiting status, and it's very unlikely it happens at the next level. If Cade's going to stick at the next level, it would likely have to be as a QB3 who helps the starter Monday to Saturday in the QB room. So Michael Megan wrote this report. I think Meeks does a great job. Friend of the show. Not high on Klubnik. So that's one report on Klubnik. Here's another report on Klubnik. This is from the Beast, the Dane Brugler breakdown on Klubnik. Cade Klubnik, the youngest of 4 children, was born and raised in Austin, Texas by parents Todd and Kim, who are both Texas A&M alums and never missed his games in high school or college. An NFL scout said his family's really involved, but not in a detrimental way. Both of his older brothers, Carson and Reed, and older sister Riley played sports. Reed set Westlake High career records for catches and receiving yards, then played receiver at Yale from 2016 to 2019. Their grandfather ran track at UCLA. Klubnik became engaged to his fiancée in January of 2026. Klubnik, who started throwing the football at age 3, grew up in Westlake's youth athletic program, often spent time around the high school program because of his older brothers. He started playing flag football in elementary school for the Titans and Browns and was coached by his father while playing quarterback and Pop Warner for Westlake Chaps. Klubnik started to earn accolades as early as 5th grade. In 8th grade, he led the team to an undefeated 2017 district championship and was selected to play QB for the Texas U.S. national team middle school bowl game. In the summer, Klubnik led Westlake's 7-on-7 team to back-to-back state titles in 17 and 18. He also played basketball and ran track throughout middle school. Klubnik attended Westlake High School, which has a rich quarterback history that includes Drew Brees, Nick Foles, and Sam Ehlinger. He was coached by legendary Texas high school coach and former North Texas head coach Todd Dodge. As a freshman, Klubnik led the JV squad to the 2018 district title. He moved up to varsity as a sophomore and was one of the 3 quarterbacks to help Westlake to a 15-1 record in the 2019 state championship, just the second in school history and the first since a Breeze-led Westlake team won the title in 1996. Klubnik separated himself as the unquestioned starter during his junior season when he led Westlake to a 14-0 record and the 2020 state championship. Despite playing with a torn AC joint in his throwing shoulder, he earned offensive MVP honors in the title game, 3 touchdowns, outdueled Southlake Carroll's Quinn Ewers. Klubnik finished the 2020 season with a 67.5% completion for 3,495 yards and 35 touchdowns and 3 interceptions, plus 583 rushing yards and 15 rushing touchdowns. He missed 3 games as a senior because of injury, but he again went undefeated as a starter and led Westlake to its 3rd straight state championship. Klubnik was the first Texas high school QB since Kyler Murray to go undefeated and win back-to-back National High School Player of the Years. Klubnik finished his high school with a 34-0 record as a starter, posted a 70% completion rate, 7,426 passing yards, 1,300 rushing yards, and 117 total touchdowns, 86 passing, 31 rushing. I mean, this guy was one of the best Texas high school football players ever. 5-star recruit, Klubnik was the top-ranked QB in the 2020 recruiting class and the number 1 recruit in the state of Texas. He was the number 6 national recruit. Klubnik received his first scholarship offer from Baylor after his sophomore season. That was January of 2020. The recruiting floodgates opened soon after. Received offers from the SEC, Arkansas, Auburn, LSU, Ole Miss, and the ACC, Miami, NC State, and A&M. His parents' alma mater and dream school for Klubnik wasn't as aggressive in recruiting him, but finally offered in January of 21. However, Klubnik had eyed Clemson because of the connection he felt with the Tigers coaches and program. After quarterback Ty Simpson committed to Alabama, Clemson head coach Dabo Swinney offered Klubnik February of 21, and Klubnik committed within a few weeks. He was the top-ranked player in Swinney's 22 recruiting class and enrolled early in January of 22. He was a 4-time All-ACC academic honoree and completed an internship with first-rate exchange services in London in May of 24. He was a semifinalist for the 2025 William B. Campbell Trophy and graduated with a degree in marketing in December of 2025. Klubnik was roommates at Clemson with Caleb Nix, a walk-on safety, and the younger brother of Denver Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. Caleb Nix transferred to Jacksonville State prior to the 25 season. Klubnik accepted his invitation to the 2026 East-West Shrine Bowl. His strengths, again, I'm reading you the scouting report here from the Beast Athletics, Dane Brugler, who has the most comprehensive breakdown on all these prospects, as you could tell by the depth we're going here. Strengths, adequate size, length, and definition for the position. Again, the Jets drafted him because of the size and the experience that he's played. It checks the Frank Reich mold. Smooth athlete who could be a factor on quarterback draws and design runs, comfortably works off platform, moves the pocket or throws on the run, enough arm strength to make far hash or drive throws with velocity and anticipation, touches up passes on fades, or when layering over second-level defenders. Decision-making and timing improved each season. Competitive leader and wants the ball in big moments. Oldest sibling theory. Mature, smart, and easy to talk to. An NFL scout said, quote, he's an eternal optimist and gets along with everyone in the locker room. His heart is bigger than his ego. 5th quarterback in school history to start 40 games. He was 26-14 in his college career, including a streak of 34 consecutive starts. Set career records for completions and attempts at a school with a recent run of high-level QB play. Here are the weaknesses now in Klubnik's game. Could benefit by adding more mass to frame to be stronger in the pocket. Short strider and doesn't put everything into his passes. Tends to get stuck on reads and forces the issue. Prematurely feels pressure, leading to drifts or anxious feet. Inconsistent pocket movements can affect rhythm and ball placement. Can be fooled by fire zone blitzes and disguised pressures. Scoring dropped from 43 total touchdowns in 24 to just 20 last season. Missed 1 game as a senior after battling a high ankle sprain and quad contusion in October of 25. Wore a brace on the right thumb for Clemson's 2025 bowl game. A 3-year starter at Clemson, Klubnik was efficient in former offensive coordinator Garrett Riley's balanced RPO-based scheme, which primarily ran 11 personnel. Top-ranked quarterback recruit 4 years ago, started 40 games for Clemson, finished number 3 in school history in passing yards, behind only former Jet legend Taj Boyd and noted pervert Deshaun Watson. I added the lines in that one. However, he was inconsistent as a senior and struggled to build off a productive junior year. Klubnik delivers with above-average touch to all levels of the field and shows enough arm strength to drive the ball down the seam or outside the numbers. When his mechanics are sound, he is light on his feet and comfortable moving the pocket, although he has moments of panic under duress, which leads to bad habits and rush decisions. Overall, Klubnik is a smooth twitch athlete with the arm talent to make big-time throws, but his inconsistent pocket presence and urgency reading the field need to be addressed. Projecting as a backup, he would benefit from a rollout rhythm-based passing game to help open throwing lanes. So that is the full breakdown on Clemson quarterback Cade Klubnik, QB 8 in Dane Brugler's QB rankings. Jet fans, your thoughts on the Klubnik selection? My initial reaction after reading all that and having a chance to process it is, I don't think this guy was worth trading up for. Now, they needed a quarterback. They took a quarterback. I don't believe Cade Klubnik is ever going to be the Jets' long-term answer at quarterback. Now, did I think anyone they took today was going to be the long-term answer at quarterback? No. So even if you're not a fan of this pick, let's continue to remind everyone watching, 1,000 of you in here right now, and thousands after the fact, this is a pick that is the true definition of a lottery ticket. That's it. The Jets quarterback that's starting week 1 in 2027 is playing college football in 2026. We could dream about Geno being the guy, and maybe he plays well enough where he's actually brought back and he's the bridge to whoever they take. But the Jets are telling you that they are all about 2027. My issue with Klubnik is not even that they took him. I don't like trading up for him. I don't think they needed to trade a fourth to take him. I think there's still some solid players they could have added to the room with. Andrew C. says, trust the Muji. Again, you got to trust the Muji. Andrew C. goes, what QB did Rex take? Well, they drafted Taj Boyd from Clemson, I think in the 7th round in Rex's final draft. Ricky NY says, Klubnik is mad, maybe a backup, not hating the pick as much as the trade up, which wasn't needed. Trust Muji. This feels like a Frank Reich pick, does it not? Keontae Scott, who I mentioned earlier as someone I'd love the Jets to maybe draft, just went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's a good pick. Gary writes in, Klubnik went 27-0 at Westlake. Yep, that was in the scouting report. I mean, the guy was a phenomenal Texas quarterback, and Westlake has a pipeline of NFL QBs they produced. Nick Foles, Drew Brees, Sam Ehlinger. Bino says the 26 Arian pick equivalent. Yeah, I mean, this feels like a reach. Again, I don't think Klubnik needed to be picked here. I'm surprised Nussmeier is still there. Maybe the Jets are concerned with his injury history. Nussmeier wasn't picked when I was reading all that, right? Let me get caught up here. He was not. Here are the picks that have gone off the board since the Jets traded up to take Clemson quarterback Cade Klubnik. Cage Casey, offensive tackle from Boise. Drew Shelton, offensive tackle from Penn State. Jalen Farmer, guard from Kentucky. Devin Moore, corner from Florida. Elijah Surratt, who I mentioned in play for the Jets, so they wanted to go another wide receiver and just double up on the Indiana receiving room. Went to the Ravens. That's such a Ravens pick. Keontae Scott to Tampa. The Chargers are on the clock right now. Their pick is about to be in. They made a trade with Houston to get this one. Hey, Jets pick again now in the 6th round. So there's that. Curly says Muji's yearly trade up for a 7th round player. It is becoming a thing. And again, I don't think people are going to give the benefit of the doubt this time around, because last year it's like, it's year 1 of the regime. Give them time. This feels like a reach. So the Jets just tweeted something that I think is going to be used against them if Cade Klubnik sucks. They tweeted, have a hunch Coach Reich is a fan of the pick, and they tweeted the picture of Frank Reich clapping during the selection. So the Jets social team, which is in the room taking these pictures of the Jets, they're telling you Frank Reich had everything to do with this selection. So if this guy sucks, you blame Frank Reich. They should not have tweeted that. That's just setting this kid up to fail. Klubnik said he had multiple meetings and a workout with the Jets, said he clicked with the coaching staff. We're going to play you some sound of Cade Klubnik being picked. God, Cade Klubnik, man, this was not the direction that I thought they'd go. Again, this feels like a reach. Feels like a reach. Let's see. Super Chat's cut the line here. Ricky says, hate the trade up because it takes us out of the running for center Connor Lew, safety Ramsey, and other players I like much better. Unnecessary, in my opinion. Totally fair. I didn't think they needed the trade up for Cade Klubnik. I don't know who was dying to draft Cade Klubnik. But again, Frank Reich likes him. The Jets tweeted Frank Reich clapping during the pick to tell you this is his guy. We heard nothing about Klubnik in the pre-draft process, other than the Jets met with him a couple times like they did all the quarterbacks. Black Gypsy says, Jake, what center and safeties are left? I I could tell you right now. Center, we just mentioned one of them. Connor Lew from Auburn. Sam Heck from Kansas State. Matt Gobin from Michigan State. Parker Brailsford from Alabama. James Brockmeyer from the U. Sam Heck, did I say him? Kansas State. He was the guy that we were talking about at 103 for the Jets today. He's still there. This draft's been interesting. I feel like the rankings from the media, the quote-unquote consensus board, has been a lot different than what some of these NFL teams have thought of the players. Adam is too cool is in our raffle for 4. Again, all memberships and super chats are double all draft weekend. On Monday, I'm giving away a signed Namath helmet, signed Mangold helmet, signed Revis helmet, signed Garrett Wilson helmet, and a signed Mason Taylor helmet. Thank you, Adam, for supporting the show. Adam writes in, both Geno and Klubnik at 2025 regressions. Who reverts back to the mean? We shall see. But who cares? 2027 is what matters. I mean, can we be real, though? Like, Klubnik should not have regression in college if he's going to be good. Like, Geno can have regression because it's professional football, and he was on the worst team in the league. Cade Klubnik should not have regression if he's going to be a good like, he should have growth and improvement. I don't think he ends up being the answer for the Jets, but I can almost promise you he's going to start at least a game or two this year. That's why this pick matters, because he is going to play at some point. You know, the idea that Geno Smith's going to, 1, stay healthy, and 2, play all 17 games. I mean, I'll show you the Brooklyn Bridge if that happens. If the Jets are out of it, they're going to play a quarterback late. They started Brady Cook for 5 games this past year. Owen writes in, could this be that the NFL was higher on him? I wouldn't say that. It memeans the Jets are higher on him. They traded up for him. The Human Fund says another draft of Max Mitchell and Xavier Newman sitting pretty. Yeah, I would have loved to see them draft an interior offensive lineman, and now they don't have a 4th-round pick. I think that's what disappoints me the most. Look what they traded. They traded 110, or they traded 128 and 140. They swapped 110 and 128, and then they threw in 140, and they got back a 6, but who cares? There's no way the Jets were going to try and trade up for Cade Klubnik last night, right? Because they could have had him at 103. So I don't think Klubnik was their number 1 quarterback option. I think they wanted Aller. Doesn't it feel like now, knowing what we know, the Jets wanted Drew Aller and they settled for Klubnik? Aller was off the board. They weren't going to get Beck because he went way too early. Simpson, forget it. They never had a chance. I think their guy was Drew Aller, right? We heard Muji say they made calls about trading back into the 3rd round. Knowing what we know now, that the Jets ended up trading up in the 4th round for a quarterback. Doesn't it feel like the Jets quarterback was Drew Aller? And Klubnik was number 2 for them. Again, I think Jet fans would have had a conniption if they traded up for Drew Aller. So at least they didn't do that. All right, there's too many Hackenberg vibes with that. But I don't think this fan base is going to be in love with Klubnik. Beth Page Chris says, if you like this guy, take him at 103. Don't light an entire round on fire. There are very good players on the board, and we're missing out. Yeah, look, I agree. I would not have traded up for Cade Klubnik. M. Wheezy in the raffle for 4. He writes in, Klubnik regression had more to do with Clemson hurting from NIL losses and bad O-line play. His program failed him. Don't forget he was a top 5 projected pick last year. Yeah, but we can't go by that. Who was Fernando Mendoza a year ago? You know? A year ago, I was being told that Garrett Nussmeier was going number 1 overall to the Jets and Todd McShay's way too early mock. Remember that? So we got to keep that in mind. So this surprises me. But we got to give Klubnik a chance. I mean, look, you never know. It is a true lottery ticket for any day 3 quarterback. Am I surprised that this is what they did? Absolutely. Anyone telling you that they expected Cade Klubnik to be the guy they were going to take a swing on is lying through their teeth. Don't believe that person. There was no connection of Klubnik to the Jets. So the Jets have kept this under wraps pretty well. I'm going to get to your calls. I know a lot of you want to weigh in. The link is posted. We have over 1,000 of you on the line right now. We're also going to be joined by a couple special guests. But let's first hear from Cade Klubnik. Here's Klubnik saying he's excited to be a Jet.
What's this process been like? What the last few days been like, waiting to find out where you're going to go?
Yeah, the process was awesome. It was fun. It was a great time. But excited to go be a Jet, and pumped and really thankful for this opportunity, and It's been a few days for sure, but I'm excited to go to work.
Cade Klubnik, the pick by the New York Jets. This is, I think, one that certainly will surprise people. Let's listen in to more from Cade Klubnik. Here's Cade Klubnik describing the multiple meetings that he had with the New York Jets. Again, I think a lot of us are surprised by the pick. Here's Klubnik talking about that.
Much interaction with the Jets during the process with Coach Glenn or Frank Reich or anybody?
Yeah, I did. I had multiple meetings with them and had a workout with them, but feel like I always really clicked really well with their staff and really enjoyed Coach Glenn and Coach Reich and Coach Musgrave, and really enjoyed them and really excited to go to work with them. Excuse me.
Here's more from Cade. Says, I'm a winner.
But, man, I think more than anything, I think that I found out how to be a winner, especially after this past year, starting off the year 3-5 and kind of figuring out, I've been winning a long time. Three-time championship, state champion in high school, two-time ACC championship in college, went to the playoffs, and really faced a lot of adversity this past year. And for me, I figured out how to take a team that's not winning and transform and go win games to finish with 4 straight wins at the end of the year. So I'm all about pushing the guys around me, and I'm a winner and I'm a competitor and I hate to lose. So if we're not winning, we're going to find a way to win.
I don't want to bury Cade Klubnik on the biggest day of his life potentially, but how could Cade Klubnik say he's a winner when I remember now? I wanted to confirm he played in this game. I remember the Pinstripe Bowl against Penn State this year. It was freezing at Yankee Stadium, and he was terrible. He was 22 of 39 in that game, 0 touchdowns, got sacked 4 times. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'm a winner. I mean, yeah, you lost to Penn State with a shell of a coaching staff at that point in the Pinstripe Bowl. One more from Cade Klubnik here. Here's Klubnik talking about his excitement for the Jets in training camp.
There's an opportunity here to be the number 2 quarterback for the Jets. It's going to be an open competition. I'm curious, how much are you looking forward to that and being able to go to training camp and try to prove yourself all over again?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm a competitor and I love making people around me better too, though. So I'm excited to get in that room and go to work. And I already told Coach Reich to send me the playbook tonight. So excited to go to work and excited to go show everybody who Cade Klubnik is. And I think my best ball's ahead of me. So. All
right, we're gonna root for you, kid. I don't know. It's tough to say you're a winner when, again, you started 3-5 at Clemson this year. You lost to Penn State in the Pinstripe Bowl, but whatever. All right, let's get some more reaction on this. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy's been crushing it all draft season. Omari Brown from U Stadium joins us for instant reaction to the Jets selection of Cade Klubnik. What do you think, Omari?
Jake, what's going on, man? I'm gonna fire off right away. I think I don't want to be down on this draft, and congratulations to Cade Klubnik. This is one of the best days of his life going forward, and obviously he's in the fold now, so of course we're all going to root for him. But I just don't understand the thinking behind it. Again, we don't know how their board fell, and again, listen, we're no experts, and we're going to miss, but I look at the interior O line, and we could have definitely used someone like a Sam Hecht or someone like a Connor Liu. I don't love the Daryl Jackson pick, but I can get behind it. If you look on my page, I understand it. David Onyemata is on a 1-year deal. You do need that guy with some alignment versatility. Daryl Jackson Jr. lined up from the 0 all the way out to the 5 technique for FSU, so I can kind of understand that. But trading 2 4th-round picks to go grab Cade Klubnik, and just like you said, I just truly don't understand that. Daryl Jackson Jr., I could get behind that. He was my number 10 D tackle overall, so I can kind of talk myself into that. But I'm sure just, like you and like me, Jets fans are kind of throwing their arms up because it seems like every year for 2 years in a row now, we've just kind of thrown caution into the wind with these 4th-rounders. Great teams build in with these 4th-rounders. There's a lot of good players on the board still left. I mean, we just saw Denai Dennis Sutton just go. So I'm just trying to understand the philosophy once we get to day 3. Are we just throwing caution into the wind? Are we going traits-based prospects? What exactly are we doing on day 3?
I agree with you because think about it. You traded up for Klubnik. Like there's still linebackers out there, interior offensive linemen out there, safeties out there that all consensus-wise were top 100 players that are sitting there, and to trade 2 fourths for a quarterback that nobody thought was worthwhile to take that high. That to me is just poor asset management after the Jets were so good, it felt like, understanding the board the first 2 days of the draft. This to me is all about Frank Reich. This was his guy. The fact that the Jets social media team tweeted, this guy's happy with the pick, and they went out of their way to highlight the offensive coordinator, for crying out loud. Like, that tells me all I need to know about this pick. But again, trading a fourth when you could have had Kyle Lewis or Sam Heck with those 2 picks, or you go down the line, you could have taken a quarterback later on, or just taken Klubnik at 128 if he was your guy. I don't think you needed to trade up for him. That would have been better asset management.
I'm hitting refresh here. I'm looking. I see, just like you said, I'm seeing Jalen Kilgore. I know that Genesis Smith is still there. We still need a safety that can play deep third and a ball hawk. I'm looking, Bryce Lance is here. I'm just looking at all these players. VJ Payne, if we want to keep with the safeties. I'm just looking at all of these players that are going to be able to come in and contribute. I mean, what is Cade Klubnik going to do unless Geno is hurt? So I understand that we talked about developing that talent funnel, and we're trying to raise the floor of every positional group that we can, because you can argue, like, did the Jets really need another corner, especially one that a lot of people project to play the slot, even though I do think that D'Angelo Pons is going to be able to play some outside and play some boundary corner. But that's an upgrade over Jarvis Brownlee. So we can kind of understand the methodology behind it. But again, I just don't understand this. Are we doubling down on Frank Reich? And I just don't understand it. You mentioned off-ball linebacker. There's a Caleb Elamzor there. If you wanted to take a swing, there's a Red Murdoch there out of Buffalo. He broke the forced fumble sack. Actually, he broke Khalil Mack's forced fumble record. So I'm just trying to understand what their philosophy is on the third round. Are we just throwing caution into the wind? Are we going traits based? Are we going with collegiate production? Are we going with starts? Are we going with high school recruit pedigree? I know that Cade Klubnik was highly regarded coming out of high school. I'm just trying to understand what we're doing on day 3, because we talked about this leading up to the draft. Great teams and professional organizations, they hit home runs in round 4. And again, I don't want to discredit the rest of the draft, because I was in the space earlier and I'm letting everybody know I truly do love what they're doing. But again, I just like to see the same consistency on day 1, day 2, on day 3. This is still an important day, Jake.
Oh, 100%. And if you think about it, the Jets last year, their day 3 was the biggest criticism of their draft class. So to take a guy that, again, had 7th round grades on him and trade up for him, this just feels like the Arian Smith or the Tyler Barron pick for the 2nd year in a row. And while I think Buji's done some really good work the first 2 days, and he's done great work with the trades and understanding value, I think letting Frank Reich essentially pick Cade Klubnik and trading up for him, I don't know. I don't like this. And I think you tell me, here's my theory on why Klubnik is the pick. They went with Klubnik because Aller was gone already. Muji said last night they tried to trade back into the 3rd round, but it didn't come about. If they were going to trade back into the 3rd round, it was not going to be for Klubnik, because they could have had Klubnik at 103 and they didn't take him. I think they were trying to trade back in for a quarterback, evidenced by the fact they traded up here to get a quarterback. They wanted to make sure after losing Aller, who I believe was their guy, they had him at the facility. They did a lot of work with him. He's 6'4", has the game experience that Klubnik and some of the other quarterbacks they were linked to, like Beck, have. Frank Reich molded guy. I think Aller was their guy. I think Klubnik was their next guy up after Aller was already gone. And I think that's how we got here, where the Jets were like, we don't want to lose our guy again. We already have an extra 4th because we moved down 6 spots last night and took Pons. Let's go and get Cade Klubnik. I don't agree with it, but I think that was their thought process.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can get behind the reasoning, Jay. We can talk ourselves into almost any pick. Like, you could say that there were some guys ranked ahead of Daryl Jackson Jr. But again, I'm sure Carl Dunbar is saying, hey, listen, I can coach that guy up. You can't teach them. They're 6'6", 320. He's produced in a Power 5 conference. So I get that. So if you tell me, that's what I said. I'm just trying to understand the philosophy that we're going into day 3 with. So are you telling me that we're going to lean on our coordinators and our positional coaches a little bit more and give them what they're looking for? Okay. But then again, I still feel that Cade Klubnik could have been there. Now, if you tell me, hey, listen, that you got word that somebody was going to move up for Cade, I understand that. I just really hope that we get some clarity on what their thought process is. And I truly do hope, and the beat does a tremendous job. I'm sure Rich will, here we go. I'm sure Rich will be will ask this question, what is your philosophy on day 3 and what exactly are you looking for? Because we can kind of see in days 1 and 2, they're going for guys with high character. This year, guys with ridiculous RAS scores and from winning programs. So what exactly is the thought process at QB? If you want to just take a traits guy, I mean, there's a ton of traits guys there. We've talked about them. There's Cole Payton, there's Taylon Green, there's Jack Strand from University of Minnesota Moorhead. Big, physically imposing guys with large arms that Frank Reich could work with from the ground up. So I'm just trying to understand the thought process behind this, and maybe I'm a little bit more fired up just because I think an immediate return could have been someone like a Connor Lew challenging Josh Myers for that role, or if you tell me, Sam Hecht, or if you tell me, hey, Jalen Farmer, we're gonna pick him, and then he's gonna compete with Dylan Parham, and then if Parham loses, then he can switch over to center. And I think that as a whole makes that unit just a little bit stronger. So, and again, this is not for us to knock on Cade Klubnik. Congratulations for him. Now that you're a Jet, you're going to have the entire fan base rooting for you. But again, I would just, like myself, and I like to think that I'd speak on behalf of some fans here. We would just like a little bit more clarity behind some of these decisions on day 3.
Yeah, look, ultimately, I will repeat what I said for those just tuning in, and shout out to the 900 people watching live right now. We're talking with Omari Brown from U Stadium as the Jets trade up and take Cade Klubnik. I will repeat what I said earlier. Any day 3 quarterback, even if they took someone that this fan base, quote unquote, was excited about, if they end up being a long-term backup, that's a win on day 3. Like, look Absolutely. At the overwhelming amount of quarterbacks that go on the day three of the draft in any round, 4 through 7, that end up amounting to nothing at the next level. Don't tell me Brock Purdy. Don't give me Dak Prescott. Those are outliers. Go through the starting quarterbacks in the NFL in 2026, and you will notice that overwhelmingly, like 95% of the league starts a quarterback that was drafted in the first or second round. That's where you get your QBs. You just don't see guys that are picked on day 3 turn out to be long-term starters. It doesn't happen. So look at the league. You could cite examples where it worked out, but now give me the overwhelming amount of guys who never amount to anything. So I don't think anyone should be, losing sleep over this. I just don't love the process that got us the Klubnik. Yes. But again, if they hit on their first 4 picks, that is way more important than Cade Klubnik in the 4th round in 2026. When you have 3 ones in 2027, and I think you and I are in agreement, their starting quarterback in 2027 is playing college football in 2026 this year.
Yeah, or on a different NFL team. And that's going to be asking for a trade out, because there's still that possibility as well too. Jake, I'm just right on with you. I just think that I just wish that there was a higher urgency put on these 4th rounder picks, because you got pretty good production from Malachi Moore. So you can get good production. They didn't have to be contributors. Listen, we feel that the first 4 picks are going to be day 1 guys. In day 4, you're looking for guys that can challenge for a starting spot. That could be rotational depth. And I think they did that with Jackson, and we can kind of, like I said, talk ourselves into that. You brought over Carl Dunbar, and we all there. I mean, I think the confidence in Carl Dunbar is, even we're leaning to the right a little bit too much more now. Like, we think that he's, Superman. But I'm just trying to, like I said, I'm just trying to understand, and I'm sure we'll go to some calls soon. And I think a lot of the fans will share our sentiment.
No doubt. Super Chats cut the line. Omari Brown hanging out with us here. I want to get your thoughts on the other Jet picks as well. But obviously the big story on day 3 is the Jets trading up to take a quarterback. Cade Klubnik is the latest quarterback added to a room that features Geno Smith, Bailey Zappi, Brady Cook, and now, of course, Cade Klubnik. Do you think they still sign a veteran, or is Bailey Zappi going to kind of be that veteran?
Probably going to be Zappi. I think that they want to insulate themselves a little bit. You have Geno, another vet, and then maybe get some Bailey Zappi. I mean, unless they want to throw, unless they want to throw one of those 7th rounders at one of those distressed assets like a Will Levis or something like that. Maybe you can try to pry Tyson Bagent away from Chicago. But again, Bagent, if you're bringing him in, you don't really want to have a competition. So I think, unless it's like a swing like Anthony Richardson or Joe Milton or something like that for like a 7th. I think that this is the quarterback room that we're rolling with.
I think that makes sense. Super chat from Shake and Bake. So far, Jake, what grade would you give the draft? I'd give them a B+, B+. It would have been higher if they, use those 4th-round pick on players, or they didn't trade up to take Klubnik and just took him at 128, I wouldn't dock him for just, hey, that's your guy. All right. It's a dart throw. Fine. I docked them for trading up slightly, but again, in context, it's the 3rd day. I love what they did with the Omar Cooper trade up. The trade down for Pons, I thought was really executed properly. I was a Reese over Bailey guy, so I don't want to just completely, be like, oh, well, Bailey's fine. No, I wanted Reese, and they went with Bailey. I'm okay with it, but I preferred Reese. So I would go, as of now, I'd give the Jets a B or a B plus with my grade.
Yeah, that's exactly where I would sit too. And again, we were part of Arvell's army, but guess what? We're Bailey Bros now because
That's
he's
right.
a Jet. So
What was it
again,
like being with Frankie and everyone? Stadium when the Bailey pick
I was in the
in.
belly of the beast. I was in the belly of the beast, man. It was Bailey Central. No, it was cool though, man. Because at the end of the day, I got some live reactions, and even the people that were partial to Arvell Reese, we understood that David Bailey was a phenomenal prospect. I mean, like David Bailey, Leger Duzable, he jokes at me. David Bailey isn't a consolation prize, and he's absolutely right. David Bailey isn't a consolation prize. He's the best pure pass rusher in this draft. So the Jets got the best pure pass rusher in this draft. They got their tight end number 1. And then they got Omar Cooper Jr., who was my wide receiver 5. So there's no way that I can argue against that. And they were able to get that 5th option, jumping up from 33 to pick 30, where they selected Omar Cooper. And that just gives you so much variance and versatility. And what I really love is that now we have guys that Gino can check the ball down to in a pinch, and those guys, you can let those guys use their superpowers, which is going to be, creating mismatches, making people miss in space. So I think that we're giving Frank Reich a lot of tools in this tool chest. I'll tell you what, Jake, this draft cycle, Darren Mucci has acquitted himself phenomenally. I think that going forward, if you could have questions about the coaching, that's fair. I think that we're in good hands in terms of, the GM for this franchise going forward. So I absolutely loved it. And D'Angelo Pons was a top 30 player on my big board. So, and I love D'Angelo Pons, and to the point where you ever like a player so much during the draft that you really have to reel yourself back and say, okay, listen, this guy might not end up on my team, so I just really need to relax. That was me. That was me with D'Angelo Pons, man. So when we made that pick, it just made too much sense. Aaron Glenn looked like watching his son learn how to ride his bike on his own. It was really cool to watch. So I love the first 4 picks. Now, again, I had a preference. I liked Reese. There were some other guys I thought, I really wanted them to trade up to get one of the top 3 receivers. But looking at the draft in totality, I mean, how could you be upset with what the Jets have done? I mean, we're getting praise from every outlet that people love. And I think that it's a good weekend. Now, I want to feel what I feel right now during the fall when it matters. We've won I'm tired of winning off seasons. I'm tired of, getting the A grades on all these other huge publications. I want to be in the hunt, Jake, like I said, I'm not with the tank crowd. I want to be in the hunt, around Halloween and Thanksgiving. That's what I'm looking forward to. And I think that Darren Mucci has minimized all the potential excuses for the coaching, because now you have talent. Now you have your guys, and now you have guys that have your mentality. We have some Glenn guys in the building. So if you can't coach your guys, then, there needs to be a way that we need to make this work. But I think that Darren Mucci has done his coaching staff a huge favor.
Cade Klubnik is a Jet. That and Daryl Jackson Jr. are the 2 picks the Jets have made in the 4th round. They started the day with 3 4th-round picks. They don't have any 4th-round picks. They do have a 6th-round pick 199. Would have been funny, by the way, if they took a quarterback at 199 and we could make all the Tom Brady jokes all off season. But instead, they trade up and get Klubnik. They have 2 picks in the 7th, and that is it for the Jets on day 3. Darren Mucci has made 3 total trades so far. We set the over-under on the show at trades at 2.5. So if you went over with your Darren Mucci prediction, you win. Speaking of making predictions, we're sponsored by PrizePicks. Download the code HMA and take advantage of the deal PrizePicks is offering. You play $5, you get $50 instantly in lineups. Get your PrizePicks in for the NBA playoffs. Knicks in a de facto must-win tonight. Get your picks in for that. Get your picks in for the Yankees and the Astros later. Anything going on in sports, playoff hockey, all of it. Check it out at PrizePicks. Again, use that code HMA. Super Chats will cut the line. Julio writes in, Dan Marino was 17 touchdowns and 22 picks his senior year. I don't want to go all the way back to the 80s with Dan Marino to try and justify Klubnik. If you want to try and justify the pick, you can. I know he was not most fans' preference, but again, in context, it is a day 3 pick. They have conviction in them. Let's see if they're right or wrong. I'm not going to lose sleep over it because ultimately, I think the Jets' plan is to get their quarterback in 27. That has been the case based on how they've operated this offseason. Now, with the first 3 rounds of the draft in the books, we can officially say that was the right approach to take. And now we will see what it means for Aaron Glenn's future. But the Jets are going to take their quarterback in 27 or trade for a disgruntled Joe Burrow or someone like that. Their answer at long term is not on this roster.
Yeah, and it wasn't going to be in day 3 of the 2026 draft where most people thought that this was not an elite draft. So that's not what we're saying. And again, listen, Jake and I would love to be wrong because at the end of the day, we're fans. So if Cade Klubnik turns out to be the long-term backup, if we can get 5 years of backup football where he can spot start and, in a pinch, then the pick was worth it. We're just trying to understand, last year you got Arian Smith and Kiko Maui Noah and Tyler Barron. That's who I was looking for. So I just don't understand. I just don't understand the process of day 3. But again, I don't want that to overshadow all of the tremendous things that Darren Muji and his staff has done up to this point. So if you tell me that Frank Reich, listen, we brought Frank Reich in. I hate when regimes bring in a coach and then they don't give him the necessary firepower. So Frank Reich has the firepower. These guys fit the Frank Reich archetype. So, listen, man, I've been saying that, man. Let's ball. Let's ball. You got some ballers. We got some ball hawks. We got some guys that go at some physical, super athletic guys. I mean, the RAS scores on all these guys are through the roof. So I'm here. I'm excited. I just have a couple questions, and I do have some concerns about how we're utilizing our day 3 picks. But listen, man, we can all have a preference, and we understand that. But it's hard to argue with the good work that we've done from Thursday night till now.
Omari, refresh your StreamYard browser just because it's giving you the robot, mic voice. So do a quick refresh. We'll get you back on. In the meantime, let's get to some calls now, reacting to the picks the Jets have made today. First up today is Kyle Clifton.
I have to watch my language because the kids are around. They just came in. In what universe is it good value to take a developmental guy who could be a backup at 110 overall?
It's not.
It's not. Or, even if you like Daryl Jackson, in year 1, you're basically saying that this guy is going to be a backup 1 tech when you're in the 4-3, right? If you think that Phillips is still going to be on the roster, he might be a good player. I don't mind the Jackson pick as much, but the Klubnik pick is troubling, and it just goes to show what we kind of saw a little bit of last year is that forget about how these guys value the picks. They're not doing it properly. They're not good at valuing day 3. They're bad at it. And I'm angry about it. So, Klubnik is not the pick at 110. This guy was probably not a top 150 player in this draft. He's probably not a top 180 player in this draft. Wait, take down value, and then take him later. Take him when, if you look at these other teams, the teams that are actually good at what they do, the Steelers took a kick returner. That's a useful player. Another team just took Mike Washington. You don't think that would be a market upgrade at RB2 for us? That's someone who's going to touch the football on a week-to-week basis. Ridiculous the way we're valuing these day 3 picks. It's infuriating.
Well, I don't think the Daryl Jackson pick is as bad as you put it because they got a bunch of guys on the.
I agree with you. That's why I said I don't mind that one as much, right? But I don't think he has much of a role in year 1. is what I'm saying. If you're saying, oh, we think we can work with him and he can be something by year 2, I could maybe see it. I've looked at some of the experts and how they had these guys slotted. I mean, Jeremiah didn't have him in the top 50 at all. I think Rubler had him right about where he went. And I think, I don't know, maybe it was McShay or something had him about 125. So, people's systems and stuff, this is where it starts to vary a little bit. And you start to take guys that are more developmental. I don't mind Daryl Jackson as much. It probably wouldn't be what I would have done at that spot. But the Klubnik thing with the trade up is really, really infuriating.
Yeah, look, all fair. I will try and talk you down or off the ledge a little bit and say that if they had conviction in them, all right, you got them. At least they didn't do this with earlier picks, right? They showed great awareness and understood value on the first 2 days of the draft, most notably in the first round. We were freaking out over the Sadiq pick. Oh, too risky. I can't be your pass catcher. You got to get Cooper or Lemon there, and they got Cooper at 30. Great value. So I'm with you. I don't like it. I'm not even anti-Klubnik because, again, if your offensive coordinator believes in the guy, fine, that's what you want. You want someone that he thinks he could coach up, him and Bill Musgrave, all that. The trading up is the part I don't get because I just don't think you needed to do that to get Cade Klubnik. I think you could have taken him at 128 and been just fine and then kept pick 140 and added a linebacker, added another receiver, added a running back to your point with Mike Washington. Like there were opportunities there.
Yeah.
I think you could have just went interior O-line as well, too. I think the interior
that would have been my
needed to be
preference
for.
at 103.
I mean, Sam Hector's sitting right there. Connor Lewis sitting right there. And I agree. Thanks for jumping in, Kyle. Like I had Daryl Jackson. He's right around. I don't have my board up. He's around 111, I believe, on my board. So that's kind of around right where you want to pick a Daryl Jackson. And remember, David Onyemata's on a 1-year deal. He's 33 years old. And again, with Jake and I don't know if you've been listening when I join on Wednesdays, but we're trying to build that talent funnel. So again,
Right.
You can learn behind the guy whose job you're going to replace for year 1. So I can kind of understand that. He's probably going to play some 4-eye. He could probably play some 0. And remember, the Bills jumped him last year for Deion Walker. So they kind of fit that mold too, that bigger nose tackles out to about 4 or 5 technique. That's going to 2-gap for you, and their profile are pretty similar as well too. They have flashes of dominance. The traits are there and the production always match up. So now that we have Carl Dunbar in-house, we can kind of see if we can get the best version of him. Now, everything that we just said and we understand, we can make a case for that. We understand the Daryl Jackson Jr. pick. Well, we're just trying to understand, like you, Kyle, the philosophy. What is our thinking going into day 3?
Yeah, I mean, I never miss an Amari Wednesday, just for the record. But this is something where if it's proving to be a trend with Arian Smith last year, it's a little troubling. I get the whole thing about Daryl Jackson maybe being a pick for 2027. So I'm not as upset with it, even though I probably would have went for a center to compete for a starting job. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like that's what you get in the first few picks of the 4th round. You get starters at non-premium positions, and then you start to get the guys who are kind of role players, kick returners. You second, like, and other teams seem to be doing it right, and we seem to be doing it bass backwards. So. I'm just raising my hand and saying this can't continue. I appreciate your time, guys.
Kyle, great call. Yeah, I mean, look, all fair. Not liking the Klubnik pick. I think we're right there with the fans on that one. Do you hear me, Omari? You hear me?
Not hearing you.
Reset again. We had this problem yesterday. Reset your StreamYard, and we'll bring you back. In the meantime, let's get to more of your calls. I know this guy is diametrically opposed to what Kyle Clifton just said about Klubnik. Here to defend the pick is Gary 3D Boxing.
Women need to vacuum and shouldn't be allowed to vote. The disrespect on this kid's name. Look, if you don't like trading the 2 picks, I understand it. Once that was done, we can't cry over spilt milk. This is the right pick. I hear retards in the chat saying Taylon Green was horrific. He was by far, hands down, the worst quarterback in the SEC. It wasn't even close. Just go watch Taylon Green against LSU and Texas and Notre Dame, the Notre Dame game. Tell me that guy's not the worst quarterback you've ever. He had a 50% completion percentage, take away his first 2 games where they play Arkansas State and like Central West Alabama. Take those 2 games away. His stat line is horrific, but he's 6'7" or whatever he is. What do you
What
like?
about Nussmeier though? Like I really didn't want Taylor Green in the 4th round. Like my guy of the guys left would have been Garrett Nussmeier.
If you like Cade Klubnik, I go back. I watched Cade Klubnik in the 2020 Texas State Championship game where it was supposed to be the Quinn game. And guess what? Quinn wasn't the best quarterback on the field that day. He's been better since Quinn Ewers, since he was in 11th grade. Like Cade Klubnik, they said, okay, he regressed his senior year. His team regressed. His team was garbage. He still has all the touch. He's still great in the RPO game. He's still a great play action passer. Like Cade Klubnik is a day 2 talent that, because of whatever reasons at Clemson, regressed to a 4th or a 5th round pick. I don't know if they needed to trade up for him. I don't know how other teams valued him. Once you traded those picks, if they didn't draft a quarterback, we'd be killing the Jets. I was killing them for not drafting a quarterback. Once they traded up, you knew they were taking a quarterback. The only quarterback at that point that you can take, Aller's gone. I love Aller. Aller's gone. Is Cade Klubnik. Cade Klubnik is an NFL caliber quarterback. Taylor Green is trash. Like I never want to hear Taylor Green ever again. Ever. Taylor Green was the worst quarterback in the SEC by a mile. He was absolutely horrific. He was bad at Boise State. I never want to hear Taylor Green. You didn't watch Taylor Green play if you think Taylor Green's better at football than Cade Klubnik. Cade Klubnik.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just said no. You're good. You're fired up. We love it. I don't think any of us think that Taylor Green is a better quarterback than Cade Klubnik right now. We're talking about just taking a swing in the 6th or 7th round on traits. That's what we're talking about. And it's not even no, he's a physical specimen. Come on, Gary. I mean, his traits are that he's 6'6". He has a big arm. Now, listen, he's not a good quarterback right now. But if you're taking a swing in the 7th round, our issue isn't with Cade Klubnik. It's the philosophy and the approach to day 3, and specifically the 4th round. So if our goal is to make this a desirable situation and destination for a young QB, doesn't an interior O-lineman do that? Doesn't Sam Heck or Connor Lew do that?
I agree. But you can't go into the season with Geno Smith as your quarterback room. You needed to draft quarterback. The guys I liked, like Drew Aller, they were gone. So like you had to take some quarterback, and you couldn't wait till the 6th round. I don't know if you could have got Klubnik at 128. I have no idea. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't have that information. Maybe they got some information that they were going to be jumped, and we definitely understand that. And again, it's all about, and even if Cade Klubnik does hit, Geno Smith is probably going to play the entire year. Okay, so we're not even going to be able, we won't even be able to even see this pick, affect on the field. And I think that there were some players here, specifically at the safety position and interior O-line and even off-ball linebacker, because right now all we have is Jamie Sherwood and the 38-year-old Demario Davis. I just think that there were players that could have been picked to have an immediate impact on winning right now. Cade Klubnik, unless there's an injury to Geno Smith or we get into a doomsday situation where Cade Klubnik is our starting QB, he's not going to affect winning. And I think...
I'm with you. You want to make a bet right now that Cade Klubnik starts at least 2 games for the Jets this year? Would you make that bet?
Which charity would you like me to?
What does that mean? If they took Taylor Green, he'd start games for the Jets this year. Like Brady Cook started this year.
My point, I think we're going to be in a similar situation to that, right? Geno Smith is 36 years old, right? The Jets aren't going to be great this year. At the end of the season, Cade Klubnik is going to get a shot to play, I would guess.
Anyone they were going to take was going to get a shot to play. Is my point.
Of all the quarterbacks that are left at this point, when they took Klubnik, which one has the most NFL qualities? It's Cade Klubnik by a mile.
Or Nussmeier. You can't discredit Nussmeier. His son, his dad is the offensive coordinator of the Saints. He was projected to be the first overall pick to the Jets in McShay's mock a year ago.
Klubnik was a projected first rounder too. He wasn't the first overall.
Again, my issue is not even Klubnik. I've said that from the beginning. It's not my choice. I would have went with a different player. I don't like the lack of respect for the value of the 4th round. You could find good players in the 4th round. What's the best case scenario for Cade Klubnik? He's our backup long term. Like, let's be realistic here. They have 3 first-round picks in 2027. Cade Klubnik's not going to be the Jet long-term starter. So I just think you could have had better asset management. Honestly, they could have taken Cade Klubnik at 103 and then kept their 2 4th-round picks and found 2 legitimate players that could eventually be starters for you by their second year.
I'm gonna passed the ball on the D tackle they took from Florida State. I don't know nothing about him. But like, you're saying he's pretty good, right, Amari?
I can see the vision. I can see the vision. You have Carl Dunbar in there, and you're banking on traits. Jake, I don't know if I'm coming through as like robotic. I tried everything, but yeah,
it's all
I
choppy.
can talk myself.
We hear you.
Yeah, I can talk myself into it. Carl Dunbar's here. He's 6'6", 320. You try to get the same archetype of that power, that power-based disruptor on the interior for two gapping. David Onyemata's only here for 1 year. He's 33 years old. That makes sense. Just like Jake said, if you wanted to take the QB, take him at 103 and keep your other picks. I'm just trying to understand philosophy. And again, I'm arguing about this when I was in spaces earlier and talking to a bunch of people talking about, listen, it's either between a B+ and an A- for me. So again, I feel like we're combing through hairs here because I do love 98% of what this regime has done this draft cycle. So again, I just want to understand what their philosophy is going into day 3. That's it. Because if you tell me I'm trying to appease my coordinators and my positional coaches, then go right ahead. This was Frank Wright's guy. Go ahead. If he wants to develop this guy, go right ahead. But I just don't think that we're putting the necessary importance on a 4th rounder as I see championship level teams doing.
All right. Look, if the decision, I don't disagree with anything you said. If you overdrafted a quarterback, perhaps you did. You could have filled other. They haven't taken a linebacker. They haven't taken a guard. They haven't taken a cornerback. All of these are, or they have taken a cornerback. Never mind. But they haven't taken a linebacker. They haven't taken a guard. Like, that's a problem to me too. If the decision was made, we need to take a quarterback. You guys might not like that philosophy, but if that was their thinking, this was the right pick. Whether or not they had to trade up for him, they were still 18 picks away. I don't know what other people valued Klubnik. Klubnik was really good. Klubnik was a 5-star. Klubnik was one of the greatest high school players to ever come out of the state of Texas. Like, I could go on and on about how great Cade Klubnik was. He would have went everywhere, but everyone wanted Quinn Ewers, and he didn't like that, right? So, like, I can't, if you don't like how they acquired the pick, how they moved up for the pick, or even taking a quarterback, okay, that's an argument. But to argue that it's a bad player or he's not good is nonsensical. Like, he's the best quarterback that was left on the board by a mile, in my opinion. You guys like Nessmeyer, and Nessmeyer probably has better tangibles, but like, who's got more pro quality? Like, who does more things good as a pro quarterback, Nessmeyer or Cade Klubnik? It's Klubnik, right?
Pick your flavor, Gary. I don't know if it really matters. Again, I appreciate Gary's perspective, but I think at the end of the day, to me, it's not about the day 3 pick, because I'm not going to pretend like I know that Cade Klubnik's going to be better than Garrett Nussmeier or Cole Payton or any of these guys. I don't like burning a 4th round pick, because we did this last year. As we lost Omari with some tech issues here. We did this last year, and we gave the Jets the benefit of the doubt because it's a year 1 regime, and I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt this time. Not when they traded up for Tyler Barron, and they took Arian Smith in the 4th round when he should have been a UDFA. Look, I didn't watch Klubnik a ton, but I watched him in the Pinstripe Bowl. Yikes. Yikes. We'll get to more of your calls in the meantime. Omari's resetting his phone. He just texted me, so we'll try and get him back on. Frankie Castle with a super chat. This team struggles to find gems late in drafts. We are great in round 1, though. We will see. They're burning picks today. Good teams find starters late. And that's the other thing. You could find starting players in the 4th round. You had 3 4th-round picks. Take 3 players. Or if you're going to take your quarterback, take Klubnik at 103. That's your guy. And then take 2 other players who could eventually be starters in the 4th round. Painless says, then take Klubnik at 103. Don't waste the draft capital. Amen. Ricky says, watching Buffalo take Skylar Bell and linebacker Caleb Elam's or back-to-back. Oh, you're saying our back-to-back 2 guys I liked. Trade hurts even more. Luke could have been the starter. Yeah. They could have taken an interior offensive lineman. Again, the Jets don't pick again now till 199. That's a long wait. We're at 134 right now. More calls. Ron L is next. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Jake. I'm on board with you and Amari. Like, I don't mind the Klubnik. I was furious. I wanted them to take quarterback at 103, whoever it was going to be. And like you're just saying, and everybody is, I don't understand the thought process, because you could have just flip-flopped. I'm sure Jackson there would have been there, when they picked at 28 or whatever. I just don't understand, why you would burn that pick, because the league's built on teams that use these fourth round picks wisely. I mean, it's hard to get a fourth rounder from a team in a trade. Nobody, look at all we got a couple players this year and last year for picks, fifth, sixth round picks. Like, nobody wants to give those fourth rounders up. You know what I mean? And we just threw it out there like, oh, here, take this. It just bothers me, the thought process there. And once again, Klubnik, I'm going to be a fan right now. He was highly recruited. A lot of these guys, they get in systems, and maybe he gets together with Musgrave and Reich, and he becomes a really good quarterback. So I'm okay with that. But like you guys are saying, you can't just throw those fourth rounders away like nothing.
I agree, Ron.
I'm just not happy about that.
It's disappointing value, and we'll see. Obviously, if Klubnik ends up being awesome, like, no one's going to give a crap. But I think the odds of that are low. The odds of the Jets, though, finding a player in the fourth round with 3 fourth rounders that can contribute and help the team, that is infinitely higher than Klubnik ever amounting to anything. So you have 3 firsts in 2027. I don't even know if Cade Klubnik's better than Bailey Zappi, for example. So, like, I don't agree with the pick.
No, I mean, like I said, we all would have been happy seeing the Nussmeier name come out. We wanted Aller, I'm sure there was a couple of us. Like you said, they're all just a shot, but you just can't throw those picks away. I mean, I just don't understand it. It's like, oh, here, just take this one. I think and why now, in people's opinion right now on the analysts, would Jackson have been there at like 28? Is that I just caught on at the end of your. When you guys were talking about him, now would he have still possibly been there, as far as being projected to be at their second, fourth rounder?
Depends which draft analyst you ask. Go ahead, Omari.
No, I just think that he was, I think, roughly right. He went right about where most draft analysts have him. I know for me personally, he was in that 108 to 117 range. So again, we don't really know. But again, if you want the quarterback, take him at 103. So they must have been really high on Daryl Jackson. He must have been higher on their board than the consensus. But again, I just think that there was an opportunity to add 3 contributors. Maybe not day one starters, because I feel like in the first 4 picks, you were able to get 4 day one contributors, guys that are going to come in and actually affect change. Right now, we're looking for guys that are going to be number 2s, rotational pieces, special teamers, and that's how you really fill out your roster, because you don't want to be too top heavy, because we've been in that situation before. So again, you're trying to create that talent funnel. So Jake and I, you can talk yourself into Daryl Jackson Jr. Again, we're just trying to understand, we're just trying to understand the methodology a little bit again. But again, he's here. We're going to root for him. We just want to understand how we're going about the thought process for some of our fourth rounders.
Amari, I like your insight on everything when you come on the show. Like, you should come on more. Like, everything you said, I'm right in tune with you. Not, So anyway, like your opinion and your insight on everything. So hopefully come on more.
Thank you, Ron. I'm here every Wednesday.
Love it, Ron. Appreciate you calling in, man. I like Ron too, because he always pulls over when he calls, because we don't have to worry about Ron getting into a car accident when he's driving. Super chat from Kyle, who writes in, will Klubnik ever be a starter? If not, bad pick. You draft guys to be starters and they end up as backups, not the other way around. Again, totally fair. Do I think Klubnik is ever going to be the Jets starter? No. Do I think the ceiling for him could be he's a long-term backup? Yes. I don't need that in the 4th round when don't even have my starting quarterback long-term yet. You know what I mean? I just think we should be building the roster for 27 and beyond. You could have got a player, whether it's an interior D lineman, O lineman, that eventually is starting in the 4th round. You could have drafted a linebacker that could be Jamie Sherwood's replacement a year from now. There were guys there. That's the thing. It felt like this draft, there were guys there with 3 fourths. They could have done some damage. Oh, man. I'm already having some tech issues, so we'll let him run. We got Nick Ferrier coming up in about 10 minutes live from the Jets facility. We'll get his reaction and the reaction of many to the Cade Klubnik pick there. Let's keep it rolling with your calls. Black Gypsy is next. What's up, Gypsy?
Jake. So, from day 1, day 2, a draft. Like, we did pretty good. Now, the thing that bothers me about today's picks is not even so much Jackson, because we can use Jackson. But are we now saying that our linebacker room is good because we have Davis? because that's what this draft is saying. Like, we didn't pick a linebacker. We had the worst linebacking crew in football last year.
Or they just completely hated the linebackers available, which Kyle Lewis, I don't know how anyone could watch him and not think, I know he's a little undersized, not think this guy's going to come in and be an ass kicker and help you.
CJ, there's so many people that kept on passing, and I was like, all right, we got Pons, cool. But yet still, we have the worst linebacking crew in football, and now we replace them with a middle linebacker that's old as fuck, and that's what we're going to run with? So it bugs me. I don't care about Klubnik. I was saying developmental should be on the last day. Use your last day. If someone's there, get them. Because it's developmental. You're taking a shot. You're gambling. But we have center. So Myers is going to be our center. Sherwood is going to be our linebacker. The other guy, Malva, is like Maluga, whatever his name is. Those are our linebackers? That's insane to me. So that's just nuts to me, dude. We have all these needs to fill, and we just skipped over them to get a quarterback that's maybe gonna play. And if he does play, it's not gonna be good for him. Like that was weird. The first couple of days of the draft, loving it. Like, love the Sadiq pick. Sadiq makes the offense just ridiculous. Like, if you're a good OC, we get to see it now because you have a weapon that makes defenses have to change their offense.
And your guy wanted it, by the way. It feels like that was a total Frank Reich pick.
Yeah, like, I get that. And I get the Klubnik pick either. I just don't want him on today. Like, last day would be awesome. I mean, like, pick him at the bottom of the draft. Right? So who do we get now? Because what centers are left? What safeties are left? We need a center. We need a safety. We need a linebacker. Are we not going to get any of those three? Is Myers going to be our starting center next year? Like, ugh.
Yes. Yeah. No, I think you bring up a good point with Josh Myers. I think Josh Myers is fine. I think he's on a 1-year deal, and this would have been a great draft to add another guy in the pipeline. So maybe you have the replacement for Josh Myers ready to roll for next year. And again, the odds that the same 5 guys that are going to start for the Jets this year are going to make it through every game feels unlikely. I know Simpson is gone and they replaced him with Parham, but like the odds that like Olu and Membu are going to be totally healthy and Tippmann, they're just going to play every game again. Like, I don't know, man. I would have drafted an interior offensive lineman with one of these 3 4th-round picks, and they don't have any left to do it now. They took Klubnik and they took a defensive tackle, which I don't hate the Daryl Jackson pick. I think the point is they should have just swapped the order. They should have went Klubnik at 103, take a chance that Jackson's there at 128, and then 140, take the best interior offensive lineman or a linebacker. I feel like we didn't add enough depth in this draft. They crushed the first 2 days, which is the most important, but the process on day 3, again, we could question, and I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt because we did this last year, and it was not bad. It was an abomination what they did.
If anyone gets hurt in our linebacking core, we're fucked. It's a bunch of bums in our linebacking core. If Davis gets hurt and he's old, so the possibility of him getting hurt are much higher because you're an old player playing on MetLife turf. Then we have Sherwood and the other dude, like, and they're all like there's. I don't get it, bro. I don't get how you don't get linebackers. I don't get how you in the AG defense how you don't get linebackers or safeties. Like, it's mind blowing to me based on the defenses that he's used and plays in Detroit and New Orleans. All right, we'll see, bro. The offense looks good. Like, Wright got his picks in. I have no qualms with the offense. The offense looks solid to me. Like, there should be much better next year than we were the last 2 years. So maybe they might be around where A-Rod was with the offense. So they should be able to score some points. But defense is
I think Gino's pretty competent if he's protected. Like, I do think he could at least throw the ball downfield. Sadiq makes it fun with Cooper and Garrett. Like, you have A.D. Mitchell could run some 9 routes. Like, there's talent on offense. Again, Gino needs to be healthy, and they have the whole line to keep him upright. Like, they should be a watchable product offensively. And if that's the case, let's see what Glenn could do as a play caller on defense. That's the path to saving his job.
Let's hope so. So I guess their thought process was free agency, we address the defense, and the draft, we address the offense. That's what it's looking like. Like, the players on defense, I don't know, man. I just don't get how we don't get linebackers. That just blows my mind, but it is what it is. in Muji we trust for 1 year. If it turns out to shit next year, I'm shitting all over Muji. I can't wait to see what happens this year.
The Mooge.
Yeah,
Black
that's all I got.
Gypsy, good call, man. Appreciate you. Black Gypsy, check it in there. More of your calls. Go. Adam is too cool is next. What's up, Adam?
Hey, all right. Look, we're not even like in round 5, and we've already declared the draft a disaster. Like, can we chill, please?
Anyone doing that, I think, is being way too. If you liked the first 2 days, like I think most of the fan base did, no matter how you feel about Klubnik or the process of getting Klubnik, but no one should say this draft is a disaster. I think they've had a very successful draft overall.
Yeah, and look, like that was a swing, but I want to remind everybody that was swapping 2 picks for 2 picks. We do need to see what they get with 199. If it's a center or a linebacker, maybe it's not so terrible.
It's 199 though, you know. Look at the odds
at
of
this
that pick
point,
being
all
anything.
3 picks are like they're all lottery picks at whatever level. The key is just picking the right one.
Yes, but look at history. I don't have the data in front of me. The odds of finding a starter are significantly higher in the 4th round than the 6th round or 7th round.
That's fair. And I think that the Jackson pick, I like how we're giving Dunbar the benefit of the doubt to get a lineman, but Reich, who is if not more accomplished as a player and a coach, he thinks someone is good, but we're not giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think that's not fair, to be totally honest. Like if he really thinks like put the chips in and do a 2 pick for 2 pick swap, I think it's worth listening to. I think we should probably take a look at the 2024 tape for Klubnik and just understand that's probably what Reich is seeing. And if Reich thinks that he can make the adjustments, that he's a capable backup or a spot starter on occasion, we'll have to see if it works out. But like the declared disaster is like denying the fact that there was good talent there that was acknowledged a year ago. And yeah, he regressed. Gino regressed. And I don't think like we can make a final call on any of this yet. So I think let's just hold our horses. But yeah, I understand the argument about the draft value, but I think I would have felt way worse if we gave up 2 picks for 1. So we have to see what 199 is. And, you know, we could still get like a backup running back and like Singleton potentially. There's all sorts of interesting possibilities at 199. And let's just hope that that's a lucky number for us. And ironically, Klubnik may not work out, but who knows if the 6th rounder is going to end up being a really good player and it all worked itself out in the end. But last bit was that I am a little snake bitten because Bengals got a center with that 128 sec and someone that we liked. So I'm like, but
yeah, it's funny. They took Connor Lew, the center from Auburn, who we wanted the Jets to take with one of the 4th round picks. So they did exactly what we wanted the Jets to do. And the Jets instead were like, let's go get Cade Klubnik, who wasn't very good his last year at college.
Yeah, one last point that was like kind of like Omari's view, like, hey, I'd like to see the mindset. I am curious if anyone's going to ask about the analytics, not just about the player analytics, but the analytics behind like trading up. Because like, what if their systems was saying there's a less likelihood you're going to be able to get Cade unless you trade up, and they trusted the analytics that even though it didn't seem to make sense, the analytics were indicating that they need to trade up if they really loved him that much. So that might explain it. I'd love for somebody to actually ask if analytics played a role in their trade up, trade down philosophies.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. And we will see, what Muji says about, the selection of Klubnik when they speak after the draft. Good call, Adam. I appreciate you.
Good stuff.
Adam is too cool. Pumped up about his Jets landing 2 Indiana Hoosier players. Adam, an Indiana alum. Didn't get Mendoza, but we did get Omar Cooper Jr. and D'Angelo Pons, I think, was an awesome pick last night. Keep it rolling with your calls. Appreciate everyone tuned in. I'm not going to stay on for all 7 rounds today because the Jets don't pick again until 199 and then in the late 200s. So I'll come on and do a full recap show either today, and I'm definitely doing a Sunday show if I don't go live again today. So we will have a full recap show tomorrow. We're working all 7 days this week and draft weekend. I appreciate everyone who's here. If you're one of the 800 people watching live, click the thumbs up button. That's the like button. And a reminder, if you ever missed the Jake Asman show, it is available on Apple or Spotify. So what you see on YouTube, you could hear on Apple or Spotify. Check it out for yourself. Again, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Big thank you to this community for your incredible support this past week. We went over 45,000 subscribers, which is just awesome. So big thank you to the Asmaniac community for that. We've gained 200 subscribers over the last couple of days. So big time growth for the channel centered around the Jets draft weekend here. Let's continue with your calls. Philly Noodles is next. What's up, Philly?
Hey, what up, Jake? How you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Not bad, dude. Yeah, so overall, my take, Of course, anytime I speak about QBs, everybody gets all upset. It is what it is. I don't give a shit. Yeah, obviously, we had 3. We still end up with 2 4th-round picks. Everybody, that's -1. It's not -2 or 3. So it's not the end of the world. I understand. Obviously, there is other talent, and I was screaming Linderbaum. Myers should just kick rocks. All right, fine. We got Myers. I'm not going to think that they don't see the center talent in the draft as being crap. But, if I remember and recall the last few drafts, the center talent was gapped around 1 or 2 guys on the top, and then everything else was a here, there, maybe. You know what I mean? I think of Creed Humphrey. I think of Linderbaum. There's a top guy, and then everyone else is like, eh. So if you're not striking on the first center right now in these past few years, you're not even getting a starting full caliber center. So I can live with that. The linebacker thing is what Gypsy was saying for sure. I've been screaming, please get a linebacker. 6th-round linebacker. We just took, what was his name? Waga Francis, the kid from Kiko.
Malagoa, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's void of talent right now, period, end of story. But my thing is, if we would have heard Garrett Nussmeier, was everyone going to be like, great idea? Any one of these guys were injury or had a bad season, except for the height of your ceiling was highest with Alar, right? That's what we all knew, right, as fans. Alar was probably your highest ceiling if you had the opportunity. The Steelers took him. It is what it is. So any one of them are going to be, a risk. And Nussmeier, think about it. I mean, I know he's the son of a coach, but he's falling. Nobody wants him. He's probably going to end up in Cleveland. They got 4 picks coming up right now.
All fair. Again, quarterback is unique, right? Because if you don't have a real developmental plan for the guy you take, or your room is crowded, you're not going to burn the pick. So that means the Jets really like Klubnik, to your point, because they traded up for him. And we'll see. Again, I am not anti any day 3 selection because I'm real about what they are. Mm-hmm. I don't like trading a 4th-round pick because I think you could have found a player that could actually help your team this year or become a starter by year 2.
Yeah, and so then as Jets fans, as we do, right, we can't help it. We get accustomed to what ifs. We can what if the entire next 2 seasons, wondering, well, if we would have had that linebacker instead, where did he go next? We're going to do that. We're going to have that moment. And I think the pick at 103, I think he would have got drafted because if you look right now, edges and D tackles are flying off the board. So yeah, I think that was probably the right idea. The NFL had him at the 7th best overall guy coming out from that the class this year. So we got him, and what's his name had him at 6, he said earlier. So that's a good draft. That's a good pick. So we'll just keep it moving, everybody. Let's just live with it. It is what it is. Hopefully they get really good at this in the future. Hopefully, usually you build out the roster and they're so good and you're getting that good, then you really start hitting on day 3s because your team is consistently good, right? The Ravens didn't start off with being great at day 3 and made them that great. No, they had great overall talent at the top still. You know what I mean? So the Ravens do that. Patriots have done that. Every one of them have done that. So it is what it is. We're cooking. That Mooj cook. He's a magician, man. It's the Moojini.
Billy, good call, man. I appreciate you. All right, keep it rolling with our special guest on our MegaCast here, live from the Jets facility in Florham Park, New Jersey. JetX beat reporter Nick Faria stops by. Nick, what was the reaction in the media room when the Jets were trading up to take Cade Klubnik?
Not really surprised. The expectation was they were going to take a quarterback today. The only question was when. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that are disappointed or at least concerned at the fact that the value of Klubnik isn't what they expected. Some people had him as a 6th rounder. Others had him as a 7th. I saw some mocks having him in the 5th round. There was a lot of questions surrounding the prospect that is Cade Klubnik. However, I think a lot of people need to remember that Drew Aller, I thought, was a day 3 quarterback. And I think most people that I talked to believed that he was going to be a day 3. And he went in the 3rd round. So I think that was part of the decision for the Jets. First off, they really liked Cade Klubnik. You do not trade up in day 3 to take a quarterback if you do not like the intangibles or some aspects of his game in that case. And obviously they really like it for Klubnik. The fact that Aller went, the fact that Beck went, and the fact that it was essentially between Klubnik and Nussmeier tells me they were not willing to wait. They were not willing to wait for another team to come in, trade up, and then get a quarterback that they really covet. They feel they could develop at a high level. So to me, it's not even really about the value of the trade. It's about the player they wanted. They really wanted Cade Klubnik. They showed that with this deal. A 4th-round pick. Listen, it's not loose change. 4th-round picks are 4th-round picks. But if you get quality play out of a 4th-rounder, that's good stuff. That's great stuff. The Jets have had a terrific draft up until the 4th round. I think people are going to have questions about Klubnik, but I think this was a smart move overall. They clearly like the guy, and if you clearly like a quarterback, you need to do everything you can to go and get him.
I just think the trade up is where the fan base is losing its mind, because it's like the value just doesn't seem to make sense given some of the needs the team still has, and the fact that they had 3 forts. They're only coming away with 2 players, and one of them is a backup quarterback at best. I just feel like
let's talk about it, right? What are the Jets' needs right now? What do they need to figure out and fill in terms of those holes on the roster?
Linebacker. I think interior offensive line. They could have taken a safety. I think you started those positions for sure. You could have taken another receiver.
Not debating any of that, but I think let's be fair here. You're taking any of these guys, they're going to be backups anyway. We're talking about a backup player that is going to be developing behind a starter, a set starter, whoever that ends up being. So we have to be honest with the fact of the Jets simply saying, maybe we can take a backup linebacker, we could take a backup offensive lineman, or we can get our quarterback, the guy that we want to develop, and just go from there. They value the backup quarterback position a little bit more than some of these backup positions at other spots. And quite frankly, NFL history has showed you better make sure that you have a good backup quarterback. So to me, it's
Are
not
we sure
about,
Klubnik's even better than Bailey Zappi, though? I'm not.
Hold on. Are we sure that any of these guys are going to pan out? We don't know. We haven't seen him at a practice game.
I'm just saying, like, it feels like Klubnik was a guy that was like going to go in the 7th round, and here are the Jets trading up for him in the 4th round a year after Muji lit plenty of day 3 picks on fire. Like, they're just not going to get the benefit of the doubt like they did a year ago at this time from most Jet fans. That's my point to you.
I think it's but I also think it's way too early to say they don't get the benefit of the doubt when we're talking about a development.
They took Arian Smith and traded up for Tyler Barron last year.
They also had Malachi Moore. Like, Moore's a potential starter this year.
Yeah, but they didn't trade up for him, I don't think. They think they just drafted him.
But it's still a 4th-round pick. It's still
right, but that's my point. You could find guys who could be real contributors to you in the 4th round. What's Cade Klubnik going to do for this team?
But they're also going to be backups. That's my point here. Any player that they're picking right now is going to be a backup. What do they value more this year? Do they value the backup quarterback, or do they value a different position for a backup? Quite frankly, it's very clear that they value the backup quarterback position enough. They like Klubnik enough to make him the pick, make him the guy they could potentially grow into QB2.
I hope. I just think the trade up it's just bad value. That to me is really what it comes down to. Black Gypsy writes in, Farrier, we had the worst linebacker core in the NFL.
What's a 4th-round pick going to do to that?
Kyle Lewis could have helped this team.
Maybe. Like, people are very high on the fact that he went to Miami, but are we sure that he's going to walk in and be an immediate starter? Like, we get to this point and everything's a crapshoot. Everything's a coin flip. These players that we have no idea become unbelievable stars, and these guys that may have some upside just become absolute duds. It happens. It's very simply just, if they really like a player, go and get them. Get what you need. Get what you feel you think is the best overall fit. To sit here and say that it's bad depth here or bad value here, it's day 3. It's day 3, and they have plenty of draft picks next year to develop this team the right way. They've done a lot of great.
You could do it this year. We had 3 4th-round picks.
And you also had 3 first-round picks and a second that kind of gives you the opportunity to just let the board fall how you want it to. When we talked to Darren Mushi yesterday, he made
they didn't let the board fall, though.
But yes, they did. What they said What they said yesterday was we feel very confident of how the board is falling to us, and we have the resources to be able to go up and get it if we want to. They clearly wanted to in this case.
There's a guy on the line that I'm just watching him in disgust shake his head at your answer. So I'm going to let you two talk things through here. Maybe you could calm him down, Nick. Kyle Clifton is called back in. Kyle, are you okay?
Nick, they thought he wasn't worth the 103 pick, right? Then they thought they could get him at 128, and then they had to have him at 110. How is that sticking to your board? It's not.
Kyle, it's essentially them saying we're going to get our guy no matter what. They have intel that other people do not. If they got wind that another team was interested, then they wanted him, then go and get him.
Well, if he's that important to them, then they take him at 103, like Jake says, and they keep the other two fourth-round picks.
But now you have a developmental tackle. Now you have a developmental tackle and a backup quarterback that you think you can grow. What's the problem there?
Why? Because you're drafting a backup quarterback in the top of the fourth round, and he's not worth a top 120 pick. Never mind a top 110 pick.
Carson Beck going to be a starter right away?
Do you think Carson Beck's going to be a starter at all?
He's a third-round pick. Drew Aller, are we sure he's going to be a starter? Third-round pick. Ty Simpson is a 13th overall
I get that
pick.
we don't know ultimately what these guys are going to be. But most people who watch these things think that you are drafting a developmental quarterback to be a backup when you take Cade Klubnik at 110. They don't see a future for him as a starter in the league. So what are we doing if, as you say, we have 3 first-round picks next year where we're going to go get our starter? You can get a backup anywhere. Tyrod might be coming back to be the backup. It doesn't need to be drafted in the top of the 4th round. That's my only point. It's not about the player. It's about the value.
The value of a backup quarterback in this league is far greater than any other backup position. It's just
apparently it is to the Eagles because they wanted a 2nd-round pick, right? But
how's Tanner McKee doing draft weekend?
Kyle, let's also remember this. Let's be honest about this. How many times have the Jets seasons been derailed because they didn't have a competent backup quarterback? If you had any competency at quarterback in 2023 when Rodgers went down, the season goes differently. Now, I'm not saying they should have
making my
drafted
point for me. Is
they could
our
sign
main
Tyrod.
concern that 2026 season is going to be derailed because of backup quarterback play? I don't think it is.
If they like Klubnik enough where they feel he can be that, then they go and get him.
Like we're valuing a developmental backup quarterback over a possible starting center or a linebacker or safety is what we're essentially doing.
We don't know if any of these guys are going to be started, like a backup linebacker in the 4th round.
No, it's a risk proposition, and we're taking unnecessarily risky tax here because we're showing that we don't know how to value these guys. Like basically Tampa Bay is dictating to us when we're taking players now because we don't want to get sniped because we're hearing something that they might be taking them at 116. If you like them that much, just take them at 103 and deal with the Daryl Jackson problem later, right? Just take down the value there. Like they had to you can't have to have Daryl Jackson and have to have Cade Klubnik. You have to let the draft come to you when you have 9 picks a little bit.
Kyle, if they liked him enough and they felt there was another team that was going to take him there and they wanted him to be the quarterback that they developed, who gives a crap what they give up? Get the quarterback.
Kyle, thank you for the time.
It's the same. It's the one rule of quarterbacks. If you really like the guy,
then take him at 103. That's my point, though. Then take him at 103 if they really liked him.
If they felt they could get the tackle and then trade back up through the 4th round, then so be it. We're arguing.
But they could have had another 4th round pick. There's good players left. You could find starters in the 4th round.
I think they understood or they acknowledged that this class is not as good as they potentially want. And I know they picked up a 6th round pick, so we'll see what happens the rest of the way.
Yes, they're going to turn 199 into the next Tom Brady.
But perhaps they look and say, hey, let's just try to just dump these picks into 2027. Let's just try to push this off as much as possible.
To Muji's credit, one of the things he's done well is he's taken 6th round picks and 7th round picks and then turned them into veteran players. So maybe that's their plan with these late picks.
Another possibility, but I think we're at a point right now where I think Daramushi should be trusted a little bit here. They should be trusted. Frank Reich should be trusted a little bit before we actually see what this offense is going to look like.
Hold on. Frank Reich, why should we trust him? Because he's been around?
Because he actually has played, coached, developed, and have been successful with different quarterbacks. Yes.
Yes, a while ago.
Yeah, listen, with Bryce Young and all the issues that happened in Indianapolis, of course, but he still has that experience.
More of your calls. Black Gypsy wants in. Ralphie, I know I was going to go to you, but I'm just watching the look of disgust from Black Gypsy, and this might be more entertaining. So go ahead, Black Gypsy.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, are you serious? Frank Reich in his last 2 seasons of NFL football was one of the worst coaches ever in football. Like, I don't care if you were good 20 years ago, bro. The last 2 years you coached football, you were one of the worst coaches in football. I don't even want to get on the right thing with you, because that's just insane that you said that. I want to know what you think. Is our linebacking core a good linebacking core with Davis on it right now?
I think it's below average at this point. I think it's below average.
All right, so we passed on a center to get Klubnik. The center was right there that we liked. We passed on him. Okay, all right, cool. What about our linebackers? Because what we have is an old guy in the middle and 2 young guys on the edges that are horrible. And as a defensive coach and as the genius of playmakers, we didn't get a linebacker? The player that we got destroyed last year over the middle by our linebackers. One of the worst teams in the NFL linebacking core. We didn't go get a linebacker. And you think Klubnik is more important than a linebacker? A guy that's maybe...
Yes. No, I'm going to make it very, very clear. A backup quarterback can absolutely be more important than a backup linebacker. End of story. End of story. End of story. I'm sorry. Like, what are we talking about here? Good backup quarterbacks are so massively valued that you have some of the top backups costing more than really good linebackers right now.
So you skip over linebackers to go get a backup quarterback, and you feel that makes sense.
If you feel that quarterback can develop into someone that you can throw on the field at any point, yes, that's always going to be what teams think first.
All right, I'm calling it now. I do not want to hear you say one comment about the linebacker core this season when they come up and they're a hot trash. You have to blackline that comment out before you make it. Because we had a chance this year to get linebackers. We skipped them. We passed on Allen. Even if Rodriguez got picked up for somebody, we had a chance at linebackers. We skipped that altogether. We had a chance at center. We skipped that altogether. We go for a bum quarterback that wasn't good last year.
Why do we know he's a bum quarterback?
I don't get it, because he wasn't good this year.
Who gives a shit if he wasn't good this year? There's so many quarterbacks that struggle their senior year and actually play better in the NFL.
Name them.
Name them?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Andrew Luck's senior season, one isn't exactly the best. He was still an unbelievable quarterback, but clearly the Stanford offense was supposed to be a lot better than they were. They took a step back. Carson Wentz's final season in North Dakota State wasn't nearly as good of a player as he was that second to last year. Trevor Lawrence's final year in Clemson was not as dominant as it was early on in his career. There are so many examples of quarterbacks that maybe, play well for the majority of their collegiate careers. But then you look and say, well, that final part isn't the worst thing in the world. They're still going to be really, really good.
All the guys that you named are better than Klubnik. Way better than Klubnik.
They took him in the 4th round.
Over a center? So you're happy with Myers?
I think he's a perfectly serviceable starting center.
Okay. All right. We're watching 2 different games then. All right, that's all I got.
The offensive line, how can we argue anything? The offensive line, I think it's probably the one strength you can look at, and you want to keep that group together. It makes the most sense to keep the 5 together, or at least close to the 5 together.
Boomtown says, Nick, thoughts on the shocking #1 pick that you weren't convinced was a given, being Mendoza?
Hey, listen, the dream died about 3 months ago. It happens.
It died the second they hired Kubiak, who was not going to take the job unless he knew who his exact quarterback was going to be. Yep.
3 months ago. There you go.
Luby says, with the Titans done the Will Levis deal for the same or less capital, yeah, the Jets offered Tennessee a fourth. I think they would have got Will Levis.
I think that's a safe bet. I think if they offered a fourth for a lot of these backups around the league, they would have gotten them.
Ladies and gentlemen, more of your calls right now. Ralphie's in the house. Ralphie, I appreciate your patience. Rocking the Keyshawn jersey. Let's go.
Yeah. How's it going, guys?
How you doing?
What's up, Ralphie?
Good. I don't want this fourth round to take away from what happened in the first round, because that's the feeling I had on Thursday was like, I felt like that's the second best first round we ever had. Because
how about day two? I thought Pons was a phenomenal pick as well.
I'm more on the. I would have liked a linebacker like C.J. Allen, maybe. I know Rodriguez was gone already, and you also had the linebacker from Texas, Hill Jr. I maybe would have liked that. I thought that was maybe a position of need. But yeah, I mean, Pons certainly wasn't like overdrafted. He's right where he should have probably been, and he certainly can be dynamic. I assume he's a slot guy at that size. But yeah, but I definitely felt great after Thursday. I mean, other than the Sauce, Wilson, and Jermaine draft, I think this is the best one that I've seen. And like,
it's a very talented group,
yeah.
and they all kind of fit the same. They all kind of fit the same mold. When we talked to Aaron Glenn yesterday, he wants winners. He wants guys that have a proven track record, and they certainly fit the bill. Those first four picks, 2 national champions, 4 players that have reached the college football playoff. It's just they did such a great job in terms of asset management. From what I heard, they were never in on Rodriguez or any of these other guys. It was going to be Pons. Okay. The question was where it was going to be. They felt they could get an additional draft pick as part of that, and then we're still able to get their guys. So it was just excellent asset management overall, and I think a really strong draft. I think there's a lot to be excited about for the Jets.
Now with Klubnik, is it possible like he could be towards the top of their board? They take the defensive tackle. They're expecting to take him at 128. And then maybe the agent for Klubnik calls up and says, listen, somebody that's at 115 or 116 is talking about him, because the agent's trying to get him drafted no matter what. And then they let the Jets know that other people are calling and sniffing around. And then the Jets don't want to have like a Pittsburgh Steelers, Philadelphia Eagles situation and have someone just undercut you? Is that?
I don't know if it was the agent, but I'm sure there was a situation where they understood or they were told, whether it was by the team they traded with or anything else, hey, we're getting calls and they're going to want this guy, or they understood that a team that was looking to trade up as well was coming up for Klubnik. Whatever the situation is, when you have a trade like that where you try to get aggressive and you move a bunch of spots, it's usually because A, you're looking for a player, and B, you know that player is going to go relatively soon. So you want to make sure you get him. So we're going to hear from Muji and Glenn later today. But my expectation is that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll reveal that, but for every action, there's a reaction. So like, that's like, you would think that something like that would sort of force their hand. It's almost like when someone's trying to outbid you for a house, and that's the house that you want.
Again, it's if you want your guy, especially when it comes to a quarterback, then you go and get your guy. It doesn't matter. Get your
take
guy.
Him at 103. You want your guy. Take him at 103.
No, they wanted him at 128, but someone was messing up the whole situation. I get what Nick is saying. But what I was going to say is I'm leery about taking a quarterback at all in this draft, because what if you kind of get Tyler shucked? What if he does play the last 3 or 4 games and plays well? And
Tyler Shuck played way more than just 3 games, though.
Yeah, he played a very long.
Let's say he plays 8 and he plays pretty good, and now it's going to screw up the 2027 plans potentially.
Well, Ralph, let me ask you this: what's their record in those games if we're having this hypothetical?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Just like we don't know about who the draft picks are going to be. Let's say he comes in and he plays well, and we go 5-3 the last 8 games, and we say he's showing a lot of promise. And then that could potentially screw up the 2027 plans.
But Ralph, we say screw up. What happens if the Packers or the Colts are so bad that they're ending up with a top 5 pick anyway? I mean, that could essentially say, you know what? Boom, done. We have both. We're going to take a quarterback, and now we have a quality backup or someone we can use as trade bait, and then also a starter that we believe is going to be the future of the franchise.
No, I don't mean that he's playing so well that he knocks us out of getting a top quarterback, because we could always package the picks and move up. I mean, the organization's thinking about, we got to get a QB1 when you have a guy who is a young guy. You put him in for 8 games. He did pretty good. Let's see what we got. And maybe it changes the organization's plans.
But also, I don't think the Jets or their fans should be really nitpicking. If he can play at a high level, who gives a crap? If he's playing well, let him continue to play. Let him play well. It's just we've seen too many times where the quarterback has been so incompetent here. I just take a flyer. Absolutely take flyers on guys.
Again,
until you get it right.
Yes, I agree fundamentally with that. The issue is the value on day 3. They did this last year. It was a nightmare. So they're doing the same thing. And it's like, we don't need to just sit there and be like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, day 3 picks, they do matter. You have 3 fourth-round picks. You could find 2 starters of those 3 picks potentially. And if Klubnik plays well, that's a great scenario. Let him compete with who they draft in the first round with one of their 3 picks, or you could eventually trade him and recoup the value for him in the first place, as we've seen other teams do at times. That's a good problem to have. The thing is, though, Shuck was a second-round pick, and he played a lot, and he was thought to be a guy that would get a chance with Rattler being the only other quarterback in that room in New Orleans. Gino's going to be the starter for most of the games if he's healthy this year. I mean, Klubnik, if he plays more than 3 games as a starter, I'd be surprised. Like, I think
I'd be surprised if he plays more than 2. But this is also why you have a developmental quarterback like this. You let him sit behind a veteran. You give him opportunities in the preseason, give him opportunities in practice and camp, and you see what you have. And then you move and you develop and you see what that looks like going forward.
Yeah, it's the Jets, though. So that means someone's going to get hurt. Gino's going to get hurt in game 6.
By the way, can we also bring up – I'm seeing questions here. I think it was Beth Page, Chris. Would the Eagles have done this? Are you kidding me? Yes. They've done it for 30 years. They do it all the freaking time.
Yeah, they undercut everybody.
And by the way, and they're pretty good. They have a pretty good understanding of how to develop an offense.
So you think the Eagles would have traded up for Cade Klubnik?
I think they would have traded up for Kevin Cobb. They would have, if they like their quarterback, they're going to get him.
By the way, the Raiders are just traded their former top 7 pick, Tyree Wilson. When was he picked a couple years ago? Hopefully David Bailey is nothing like Tyree Wilson. Awful pick by the Raiders. They trade him to the Saints. I just saw this 6 minutes ago. Saints, they were interested in Kayvon Thibodeau, so I wonder if Thibodeau now doesn't end up getting moved by the Giants. But the Saints just acquired Tyree Wilson, who if Bailey is anywhere close to Tyree Wilson, he's one of the biggest busts in NFL history.
It's a big problem if that's the comparison. It's a big problem.
Tyree Wilson has 12 sacks through 3 years after the Raiders took him 7th overall in the 2023 NFL draft. Crazy. Ralphie, good call, man. Love the passion.
Hopefully get a center with the 199. Hopefully we find a starting center.
There you go. Good call, Ralphie. Appreciate it. Nick, we'll drop the Klubnik conversation and just kind of revisit the Ponds selection from last night and the first 3 picks the Jets made on night 1. Your thoughts on where the Jets currently stand in the 2026 draft and how the roster looks?
They're significantly better than when they walked into this draft. And I think most people can absolutely agree with that. You needed the 2 biggest needs the Jets had were edge rusher and pass catcher. And you got arguably the most celebrated pass rusher. I'm just purely talking pass rushing now. The best pass rusher in the draft, and then very dependable targets out wide. You have a tight end who can play in sort of that flex role. You have another receiver who makes huge plays time and time again, consistent with Omar Cooper. And then you go into the second round, and you're looking at depth now. The main starters are figured out. We know pretty much where every starter is going to be. Now it's about depth. And they look and say, well, listen, we have this cornerback. We have talked to every single college receiver that we possibly could. And we have asked them, who is the toughest player you had to go up against? And all of them said Ponds. That is not something that should be taken lightly. This is a really good player, really physical. And even though he's short, even though there's some size concerns, he plays at such a high level that I think he's going to get a lot of Jets fans on his side very, very early in this process. We'll see how this goes. And again, they had 3 picks in the first round. The Jets had 3 picks in 2022. We all thought that was the next step in the rebuilding process. You got Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, rookies of the year. They were phenomenal. Finally, there was light at the end of the tunnel. And then it turned out to be horseshit. You traded away Gardner. Jermaine Johnson's been traded. That entire draft class looks completely different now than it did 2 years ago. The question is, can this group be any better? There's clearly upside. We're going to have to wait and see what they look like on the field. But I think going into Sunday, they are significantly better now than they were 3-4 days ago.
What was the food spread at the Jet facility today?
Oh, today was great, man. Roast beef sandwiches, pizza, some Oreos. I'll living life.
You enjoy yourself, Nick, all right? Don't have a heart attack.
Hey, we'll see what happens. I'm on 3 hours of sleep in 72 hours, so it's an enjoyable experience right now.
Draft weekend, baby. All right, if the Jets trade up again for a player who won't be on their team in 2 years, we'll bring you back on, all right?
I'll talk to you, buddy. Thanks, man.
All right, Nick Faria with us there live from One Jets Drive. Jet fan 1031 just became a channel member. All raffle entries are boosted double all weekend long. Monday, I'm raffling away a signed Mason Taylor helmet, Garrett Wilson helmet, Darrell Revis helmet, Nick Mangold helmet, and a Joe Namath helmet is our top prize in our draft weekend raffle. Painless says Klubnik was rated higher than Mendoza in the preseason. Yeah, look, quarterback evaluations a year out are always risky. Remember this? This was Field Yates' pre-draft rankings going into week 1 of the college football season a year ago. Arch Manning, number 1. Lenoris Sellers, number 2. Cade Klubnik, number 3. Sam Levitt, number 9. Drew Aller, number 11. Garrett Nussmeier, number 16. These were the overall rankings, right? So 1, 2, and 3 were all QBs. 9 was a quarterback. 11 was a quarterback. 16 was a quarterback. Think about that. Black Gypsy in our raffle gifted a membership and went to listener Cattle Snacks. Thank you, Black Gypsy. You're in for 2. Appreciate that. All the support from the Asmania community has been awesome. Thank you again, everyone who came out to our draft party. We had over 100 people RSVP, and it was a ton of fun to hang out with Jet fans before the Jets crushed night 1 of the draft, dare I say. Marine Jet Vet gifted 5 memberships. That means he's in the raffle for 10. Let's go.
Jets, let's go.
Thank you, Marine Jet Vet. Here are the 5 people who got a membership from Marine. TP Jet, That Kid Dalt, Scott Campbell, Justin Bigness, and Adrian Flores all receiving a gifted membership. But keep it rolling with your calls right now. I don't think I'm going to make it to the end of the 7th round when the New York Jets aren't expected to pick until 242. But we will stay on for a little while longer. Again, day 3, the Jets came in with 3 4th-round picks. They end up trading one of those picks in a trade up to get Cade Klubnik after they had already selected Florida State defensive tackle Daryl Jackson at pick 103. Jiggy the Jet Man is up next today. What's up, Jiggy?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, Jiggy, how are you?
Doing pretty well, man. I'm just had to call in because I feel like it's a lot of negativity going on with the last pick. I understand because it's for the trade compensation, trading both of our 4th rounds to get Cade. But at the end of the day, I feel like he didn't have a lot of help over there at Clemson. Like his receivers, I think they were top 10 in drop rates. His O-line, they gave up 120 pressures. So, at the end of the day, what do you want the man to do? He was staying in the pocket. He was making throws. His receivers were dropping passes. It's only so much that a quarterback can do when he's putting the ball in the receiver's hands and they're not making plays. I think his top 2 or 3 receivers were in the bottom 10 of contested catch rate. You put Garrett out there, you put Sadiq, Mason Taylor, all of these people can make contested catches. They can do what they need to do. That's why they were drafted as high as they were, and that's why Garrett, has been 1,000+ yard receiver. But other than that, everybody's so excited about the top 4 picks, and then it's one pick that they really don't know too much about the quarterback or just don't like the pick in general. Now it's, I'm tired of this regime. I'm done with this, that, and the third. But it's
that's too extreme. Again, the Jets, I thought, had a really good first 2 days. I think they're in a spot where they just need to be better on day 3 than they were last year. And the way this played out so early doesn't give fans confidence, which is why people are up in arms. But I think we're all diehards who are watching a day 3 Jets draft stream right now, coming off a 15-year playoff drought and a 3-14 season. I think the casual fans and people around the league look at what the Jets did and go, pretty good. Like, I think they have a real GM. They're improving their team. They were smart. Like, we should be positive overall about what they have done. I think that's important to note.
Yeah, so I am positive. It's just I was in the Badlands live earlier, and Meeks was just going crazy. Oh, I'm done with this regime, this, that, and the third. And I'm like,
Meek said he was done with the regime.
yeah,
I love it.
off of one
Well, it's
pick.
funny. Badlands is so positive with most of their guys. Meeks is the only one who's like, who's negative. But again, Meeks killed them in real time for their day 3 a year ago, and he was right. And I was more of like, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, and they sucked. So I understand why people aren't doing that this year. Like they haven't earned it.
I do get that, but for him, when like he obviously watches a lot of film, a lot of football, and watching Cade, you can see that he did not have a lot of help at all. He's always rolling out right, rolling out left. I think he only had 2 linemen that graded, decently over there at Clemson. So it's like if you're really sitting there and watching the quarterback, you see the arm talent, you see the pocket poise, you see the smartness of it, and I feel like that's something that Reich sat there watching was like, hey, like Faria said earlier, somebody probably did give them a hint that somebody was, trying to trade up and grab Cade. So it's like, at the end of the day, you got to understand that that's their job, to watch film, to understand what these people can potentially be once they do draft them. And like you said, he's probably going to be sitting behind Geno. God forbid Geno gets hurt, then he has to play. And he is going to have a better O-line. He is going to have receivers and options and Brees Hall in the backfield. And I feel like once you put him in that setting, we may have something there. But at the end of the day, it's for a backup quarterback, which we didn't have at all. So how upset can you guys be about a 4th-round pick when the first 4 picks that we did, everybody is ecstatic for? You know what I mean? I kind of just don't get where the drop-off is when it's a 4th-round pick. I mean, like you guys said, the regime does need to be a little bit better with, day 2 and day 3 picks. But at the end of the day, the first 2 days of the draft really went in our favor. You know what I mean?
I agree. I do agree with you. I think, look, the bottom line is if they got the first 4 picks right, no one's going to care about day 3. But I don't think we need to sit here and justify poor process. And that's what I think this was. Like, I think 2 things could be true. They did well the first 2 days, and we have every right to be critical of the process on day 3. But I'm not losing sleep over it. I'm just glad they didn't take Carson Beck at 44 last night. I'm just glad that the Jets are doing the right thing, taking the 2027 view at quarterback. If they took Klubnik at 103, I'm telling you, I promise I would not have been that critical. I would have said, hey, I would have went with a different player, but whatever. I think you could have had the same exact players if we reversed the order and didn't trade up. I think Daryl Jackson, even if he's not there, I think someone would have been there that we would have been excited about if they just kept their picks. But it is what it is. Super chat from Cromarty's 15th kid. He's in the raffle for 8. Pons has that dog in him. Keep up the day 3 grind, Jay. Cromarty, thank you very much. Kyle Clifton checking in here. He says, what's the success rate for QBs after round 3? I don't have it in front of me, but it's abysmal. I mean, it's awful. After round 2, it's terrible. And is that success rate why we had to trade up when we could have just taken him 7 picks earlier? Yeah, I mean, look, you're preaching to the choir here. I agree with you. I mean, here's a quick look around the league at the starting quarterbacks for all the teams this year and where they were picked. Buffalo, 1st round. Miami free agent signing, so that's a unique one. New England, 1st round. The Jets, 2nd round, initially free agent signing / trade, if depending on how you want to look at Geno. Ravens, 1st round. Bengals, 1st round. Browns, I mean, is it going to be Watson or one of the guys they drafted? I mean, they're a mess. Pittsburgh, I think Rodgers will be back, so free agent signing. Texans, 1st round. Colts, free agent signing. Jacksonville, 1st round. Tennessee, 1st round. Denver, 1st round. Kansas City, 1st round. Raiders, 1st round. Chargers, 1st round. Cowboys, rare example, day 3 pick. 4th round quarterback, Dak Prescott. I think Dak was 4th. He might have been 5th, but I think he was 4th. Giants, obviously 1st round. Eagles, 2nd round. Commanders, 1st round. Bears, 1st round. Lions, trade, but their quarterback was the former 1st overall pick. Packers, 1st round. Vikings, it was 1st round. Then they brought in Kyler, former 1st overall pick. You see where these quarterbacks are coming from, though. Atlanta, 1st round with Penix. They brought in Tua for competition there, 1st round quarterback. Carolina, 1st round. New Orleans, 2nd round. Tampa, free agent acquisition, but former first overall pick. Arizona, journeyman, right? They're similar to the Jets and the Browns, kind of in the 2027 QB sweepstakes. But bless you. Thank you. Shout out to Quinn Williams. Arizona, I mean, look, they took Beck on day 2. Right? They used the 3rd round pick on him. We'll see. Rams, free agent or via trade, former number 1 overall pick, though. San Fran, I mean, outlier, Mr. Irrelevant. Seattle, free agent signing. Where was Sam picked, though? We obviously know in the top 3. So, again, there's a couple outlier examples, but teams find their quarterback in the 1st round. Like, that's how this goes. More of your calls right now. Let's say hello to the defending champ in Asmaniac Madness.
The only thing worse than the New York Jets is cheap-ass shoes and head coach blues. At least we got Muji and some first-round picks. Jake, my brother, I'm trying to get hype, but this team sucks, and Joe Bonesy needs me to sell new flippers to this fat dumpster fire.
Jake, my brother.
Bonesy!
What's going on, man?
What a day.
Yeah. I think we're overreacting just a tad. There's so many different things that could have happened and intel that could have went down to explain the reasoning of what they did. I mean, for instance, they must have liked Jackson, right? But how do you know that they did plan to pick Klubnik at 3? At 103, but they heard San Francisco, who also drafted a D tackle, and Carolina, who got like a D tackle. I mean, not Carolina, the Cardinals right behind them. Maybe they wanted to make sure they got their guy. Maybe they were big on Jackson, and then after that, they're like, all right, well, now we want to trade up for our quarterback. Like, who cares if they liked their guy and they went and got him? I mean, these coaches might not even be here in a year, and it's a day 3 dart throw. Like, we're talking backups here. I remember a couple years ago, everyone was like, oh my God, the Jets drafted 2 running backs in the 4th round. What are they doing? And it was Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis, and now they're 2 nice pieces on our team. It's just like, sometimes it's just like, when it's a day 3 pick, who cares? We came into this draft telling ourselves we better come out with 4 starters, right? And the consensus feels like we got 4 starters. So if Frank Reich wanted this guy, they obviously traded up for him. And again, you never know what these guys who were at one point in their collegiate careers could be a potential 1st round pick. I mean, we're not looking for a franchise quarterback on day 3. We're looking for maybe a backup or a dart throw. Like, maybe you're just trying to get lucky, but it's like there's got to be some reasoning to why they drafted Jackson and then they went back up. Maybe they wanted Jackson. They didn't want to risk losing him because after him, 2 defensive D tackles went. So you just don't know. But the chat sometimes is just like, yeah, remember, guys, 90% of you wanted Justin Fields, right? Like, we always just like relax.
Yeah. I don't like the process. I will not lose sleep over this.
I don't know. The D tackle thing just to me feels like they wanted that guy. They wanted Jackson. Who knows why? It's day 3. None of us know. These are all dart throws. So they wanted their D tackle. They wanted to make sure they had more faith of Klubnik being there whenever they can trade up to their D tackle, but they wanted Klubnik. And to me, that's good. Frank Reich wanted his guy. It's we're either going to fail and we're all going to have new coaches and have to restart next year with a full sleeve of 1st rounders, or we're going to, be average to better than we think. So I don't know. The overreacting on day 3 stuff is just like, I love Kyle Clifton, but he's very mad about this. And it's just like, yo, man, how many day 3 guys actually work out? It's a very low percentage. So we came out with 4 starters in the first 4 picks, and that's what we were worried about. Now day 3s they're dart throws. So I'm excited. I'm a Frank Reich purified bootlegger. Kill me, Gypsy. I'm a Frank Reich bootlick. I need something to latch onto because that's what I need to do to be positive in life as a Jets fan. I have to latch on to something.
That's why you're defending this pick, because the Jets immediately tweeted after the Klubnik trade up, have a hunch Coach Reich's a fan. This is all for they've let Frank Reich make 33% of their picks.
And they should for offensive purposes. Because he has shown that he can take guys like Big Dick Nick Foles and do something with them. So I don't care how long it is.
He wasn't the play caller for that team, though.
So what?
Right. Facts don't matter. I forgot.
He held it. But look.
How's Alden's today? You guys getting a lot of business in the rain?
We're getting a lot of ball breakers.
Really?
I'm here to get sized up and, just figure out what fits my feet well. Please save me. The draft is on day 3 and I need to argue with my friends. So
don't worry. The Knicks are on in 3 hours. That will bring a lot of joy to our hearts.
Dude, I never thought a game 4 would be a must win, but
it's ridiculous.
They can't. Just talking Knicks. How could Thibs? That's what I'm thinking about. How could we not adjust? How can Brown not put either OG or Mikal on CJ for that shot when he's been shooting right over McBride and Hart and Brunson all season, all series? Just put the taller guy on him on the last play. Do what they did to us with Brunson. They got the ball out of his hands. Let's let Johnson shoot the 3. I don't care. CJ's been killing us, man. We got to stop this guy.
Amen, Bonesy. Amen.
All right, Jake. Peace, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bonesy, keep it rolling with your outstanding calls here on draft weekend. Thank you to everyone who's hanging out with us here. We still got over 600 people watching. Nick Shine will join me coming up at 3, and we'll start to wrap up our mega cast here. I'm going to be live tomorrow for sure for a Sunday show reacting to the picks the Jets make at 199 and the 2/7, and more importantly, just kind of recapping where things stand in regards to everything. But if we stayed on for the entire draft, this would be 7 hours, and I don't think we need to do that for 6th and 7th round picks. I do want to shout out the great Cynthia W. She's a diehard Knicks fan. Shout out to Cynthia. She's in the Asmaniac raffle with this for 2 because everything is double all draft weekend. Let's go. Appreciate you, Cynthia. Shout out to everyone who's tuned in. Again, all the subscribers we've gained this weekend. Big shout out to you. If you're new, we talk Jets every day. I go live at 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. And in the offseason, we have a Saturday show. During the season, I do a 3-hour Jets postgame immediately following every single Jets game, including the preseason. So you will not find more Jet content anywhere else than right here on the channel. Shout out to everyone who tunes in and supports us year-round. Zach Van Buren is now a channel member. He hit the join button and put himself in the raffle for 2.
No, thank you.
Jets. Let's go.
Let's get to more of your calls. Still got some great people on the line, including this guy. Is he pumped up about the Jets? We'll ask him right now.
He wears batshit crazy glasses. Spikes his football in the toilet. He might be a little drunk. 3D Gary thinks the guy is a midwit. Is that a Cybertruck on his face? Let's ask Sean Sugator.
Hey Jake, how you doing?
What's up, Sean?
You must be running on fumes by now.
Yeah, man. It's a lot of fun, but it definitely is a draining 4 or 5 day stretch here. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, but I haven't been in, because I've been with my son out, for pizza, Gambino's, man. It's an awesome place in Bangor, man. It's an awesome pizza. But I took him out for some pizza, so basically that's what I've been doing, all morning and early afternoon. So I'm kind of late, in the process. This Cade Klubnik kid, he kind of looks like a Frank Reich, type of QB, honestly. How he processes things. He's a little bit more mobile than Frank Reich was, in his playing days. But I could see the similarities almost. And I think he can be a good backup. Who knows? He could be a quality backup. We don't
Yeah,
know.
we don't know. Again, I think, look, some fans just think Klubnik's terrible. Oh, how could you do that? I don't know if we could say that about anyone on day 3. It's a crapshoot at this point. It's a crapshoot even in the first round. Look at the history of guys at that position. So no one truly knows. I think it's more so about the process, and they made mistakes last year that turned out to be terrible, and we called it in real time, but some of us were saying, oh, wait, give them the benefit of the doubt. And, well, we gave them the benefit of the doubt, and, they traded up for Tyler Barron. They drafted Arian Smith. Like, their day 3 was awful last year. And it felt like they were set up to really rectify that with 3 fourth-round picks and some good players that need still there. And, they took a defensive tackle, no issue with that. But I just think the Klubnik pick, the process is where people have a right to be critical. But we'll see. Obviously, if Klubnik ends up being great, the Jets will get the last laugh, and they could dunk on all of us who dare question it.
Exactly. And that Devontae Pons pick, he's going to be like a AG 2.0. This kid, I watched this kid in some games, man. He's a good coverage guy, good slot coverage guy. Besides that, I think I give the draft by now, like for now, a B+. I give it a B+ grade. But
That's fair.
grades are grades. We don't know. I mean, we know the potential of these players, but we don't know what's gonna, if it's gonna translate to the pros. But besides that, I just want to say thank you, Jake, for all the content you put out and everything you do for us. And you're the jet. You're a jet, man, yourself, man, with the fumes and the gas. You pumping the gas and the jet flying around, trying not to crash. But all right, Jake, peace out.
Sean, enjoy the draft. All right. I like that jet necklace you got on there. That's awesome.
Thanks, Jake. All right, out.
Sean checking in. Good call from Sean there. Hey, shout out to Zach. He became a channel member. He's in the raffle for 2. And I believe Zach actually called in. Hello, Zach. You're next.
Oh, my God.
Zach?
Never get audio here.
You hear me, Zach?
Wow.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Zach? Do you hear me? Words coming out of my mouth? No?
No sound.
No. Call back.
Can you hear me?
We'll try again with Zach. More of your calls right now. Let's say hello to a legend on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Briga.
He thinks that Gary needs more shots upside his head. This cowboy hates when you don't believe in achievement. Well, they call him One Punch Briga. The moon landing was raining. Call him One Punch Briga. His claim is not too dirty. One Punch Briga. Hated jokes is like his ass. One Punch Briga. Doesn't know they need done. Yeah.
Jake, how are you today?
What's up, Dave?
Well, we're sitting through these middle rounds where teams are built, and it's abominable the way they use this process, I just don't agree with what's going on here. I thought at least this year would be some more reasonable activity in the draft process. I don't understand it, this is where the teams are built, these middle rounds. Nick's saying day 3 doesn't matter. I don't know. He's supposed to be a football guy. He says that? You can't be serious, Nick. I mean, I can understand him wanting Klubnik. Why do you draft this big DT at 103? And then if they knew that they needed a quarterback, they're monkeying around making us lose draft choices. Now we have to wait till 199. This is where teams are built. This has gone on too far, too long, too many years. Just throwing away day 3. It's just gone on for how many regimes now, Jake? How many? Why does this go on? I see other teams like Buffalo and the Dolphins, they're making hay here, and we're doing nothing because we don't have any ammunition. It's like a guy with a nice 6-shooter. He has no ammo. We need the ammo, man, to build a team. It doesn't make sense, Jake. It doesn't make sense. Okay, you want a Klubnik? Okay, should have taken him earlier. I'm just glad they didn't take Aller. I never liked that guy. So guys trusting in Aller, forget about it. Let him go with the Steelers and do nothing. But this is ridiculous. Just sit here to 199 now. You know what, Jake? I'm going to show you something. When the draft was nothing, look at this. I used to make papers out. This is the 1969 draft, if you can see it. Look, I wrote it on paper.
Wow, you wrote that back in 1969?
1969. Hey, look, I have Joe Willie's picture. I just took this stuff out of the drawer.
Wow, that is incredible. You have that from 1969?
Yeah, look
Wow.
at that. There's Joe Willie. There's the pictures from the championship game. Warren Wells. There's Johnny Sample, Taka Blitnikoff. We all probably seen these pictures before. You know, there's Joe Willie.
I
Don
love it.
Maynard.
Well, I'll try and calm you down, Dave. I think their first 2 days were very good, and I don't love day 3 so far. But again, day 1 and 2 is infinitely more important.
Oh yeah, I mean, I realize that, but this is where the teams are made. You see
Yeah.
it. I mean, this
It
is where you
matters.
get your this is
You're
where you
correct.
get your blood. This is where you get your blood and guts players. You know, there were so many players here that we missed out. We need a center, right? If you looked at the top of the third round, the top of the fourth round coming in, hardly any of the centers were taken, and there's a lot of good players there. I mean, so you draft this big guy from Florida State. I understand, the future projections, but I think Glenn's involvement here is you can see it showing. You let the assistant coaches dictate what they want. This is a problem. This is a big problem. I mean, I don't know. I agree with Gary. Gary sees he saw Klubnik. He has a lot of faith in him. Hopefully that comes to pass. But everybody's counting on next year for the quarterback. I don't know, Jake. I just hate to sit here and see our division foes picking players. And we have nothing. We have no ammo in our gun here, and it's terrible. And this has gone on year after year, year after year.
Yeah, look, one thing I'll say, Dave, and I love the passion. You say teams are made on day 3. Typically, that's where you could have this home run draft, but that's if you didn't already have 3 first-round picks in the draft already. Like they traded back into round 1. That's where your team is built. You took 3 swings in the first round. You took a swing in the top 50. So I think Daryl Jackson could be a nice player for them. He'll be a starter by his second year, potentially, part of a D-line rotation. And Klubnik, I don't like, but if that's the only issue here, again, I think we could be positive overall still. We could question the process because I think it's a red flag, but I don't think we have to be that negative at this point, I will say. Super chat from Phantom, Green and White. With the Jets' next pick, they selected a developmental 36-year-old defensive tackle prospect from Canadian Prison Academy. Thank you for that one, Phantom. Jersey Jet says Steelers fans are crashing out because we got the QB they wanted. Is that true? Steelers fans wanted Cade Klubnik? How come? Is he from the Pittsburgh area or something? He's from Austin, Texas. So that's interesting. I don't know. Jersey Jet, I'm going to need a follow-up on why Steelers fans wanted him. And there's a million Steelers fans, a bazillion Steelers fans that represent all of them, so I don't know. Either way, I'm glad the Jets didn't take Beck or Aller last night at 44 or 50. I could live with Klubnik. I just wish they didn't trade up for him. I wish they took him at 103 and still had 2 fourth-round picks to add a linebacker, an interior offensive lineman, a safety. That, to me, would have been better resource allocation. Nick Shine's going to join me in moments, but let me squeeze in Zach before we bring Nick on. Zach, can you hear me this time?
I can. Let's try and
all right.
make it quick because I know you're trying to, squeeze other guys in there. Want to get your feedback, take on one thing. You just mentioned you would have preferred if we sort of stuck and pick, but there were people available. There were players available that could have helped us probably in the near term, probably more immediately. But I look at the list of guys who might have been available at the spot, and I'm just I like a lot of these guys, but there are question marks around them. I think the strongest option might have been Connor Liu was available as a center. Auburn probably would have been plug and play there. Seems like maybe more impactful, maybe a better use of resources. But other guys like Casey, who would have offered tackle depth, Surratt was available, but again, looked like we already had enough pass catchers. I like Danny Dennis Sutton as an edge, but I don't know if we're looking to go there. Bell obviously had health issues. Yeah, and then Genesis Smith was available as a safety. I'm just wondering who you would have maybe preferred those resources were allocated towards in that spot, because Klubnik. Nobody had a year. None of the quarterbacks who got drafted this year had a season like he did just 1 year ago. I mean, 2024. Look at his numbers. Look at his performance. Look at what people were writing about him. And even his alleged fly into the mountain season last year was not bad when you compare it to the down years of some of the other guys. So I'm just wondering I am a little wondering like what the whole red alert is, everyone, and also about the process thing. Like everyone's like, well, I don't like the player, but I don't like how I don't know I don't like how it reflects on the process. To me, if you're getting a quarterback who 1 year ago was not bizarrely considered like a quarterback anomaly, he's not like a physical freak who was dominating and then fell off. It was his process of throwing the ball at a highly efficient and effective way that allowed him to receive the accolades that he did. He had a down year, and we don't have the time to go into all the reasons why, but it doesn't seem like it's a disastrous procedural malpractice. I'm just wondering. So I'm wondering which of the players who were available you feel stronger about.
There were a couple linebackers I liked. Kyle Lewis from Pitt was the biggest one. I liked him at the Senior Bowl. If they wanted to get a center, Connor Lew, who the Bengals ironically ended up taking with the pick the Jets traded to them in this deal. Connor Lew, the center from Auburn, I would have preferred. I didn't believe in trading up for a 4th round quarterback. It just doesn't feel like that's smart asset management. I'm not saying it's catastrophic or, oh my God, it's just like, if we're talking about a backup quarterback. I could bring Tyrod Taylor back for $6 million, have him be my backup. Like, to me, backup quarterback is not worth trading up 4th round picks for, where you could find legit starters there that cost nothing if you're building your roster. Like, just from a team standpoint, if you tell me Klubnik's going to be awesome, obviously all bets are off. It's the most important position in sports. I don't feel that way about him. Like, I feel like 2 4th round picks for a developmental backup quarterback, there could have been better use of the resources. Again, I'm not freaking out about it, Zach. I think Klubnik is talented. Clearly, he was thought to be highly regarded. Field Yates had him as his number 3 overall player going into the college football season. A lot of people did. But I just think they could have built out the roster differently, or just taking Klubnik at 128. I do think he would have been there. We lost Zach during that. Zach, I appreciate you, man. Good stuff from Zach. Before we bring on Nick Shine, I want to tell you about our sponsor, IndaCloud. I'll tell you what, I'm going to need some IndaCloud after doing, 29, 30 hours of live draft coverage all weekend long. IndaCloud's older, and look, the older I get, the more I realize the best way to relax isn't going crazy. It's just getting the vibe right. That's where IndaCloud comes in. They are a fully legal online cannabis dispensary. They've got gummies, premium pre-rolls, and my personal favorite, the zero sugar THC sodas, which are perfect if you want to unwind without feeling awful the very next day. Everything is federally legal, hemp-derived THC, lab-tested, and shipped discreetly right to your door. For me, it's simple. I'm not trying to wake up the next morning feeling sluggish. I want to relax and still feel like myself and be ready to go the next day. One IndaCloud soda does exactly that. Calm, clear, and no regret. They got options for everything, too. Gummies for stress, sodas for social nights, pre-rolls for winding down, and even $70 ounces that actually make sense long term. And right now, they're running the biggest sale of the year. That's right. If you're 21 or older, you can go to indacloud.co, indacloud.co, not .com. It's indacloud.co. Use the code Asman for 40% off your first order. Again, that's indacloud.co, code Asman for 40% off all month long, plus free shipping on orders over $50 on free gifts on qualifying offers. So check that out as well. Make sure you fill out the quick survey after you order and say you heard about IndaCloud from the Jake Asman Show. As always, enjoy responsibly. Big thanks to IndaCloud for supporting the Jake Asman Show here on NFL Draft Weekend. With that, let's say hello to another guest on our show today. It's Nick Shine, host of the Nick Shine Show. Hello, Nick.
What's up, sir? How are you?
Nick, 3 hours in, day 3, and it's a tradition unlike any other. Jet fans losing their minds over day 3 selections.
I'm going to quote Gary right now, Jake. A lot of feminine energy, man. A lot of feminine energy with the tears and the outcry. When is a good time to take a waiver, a flyer on a quarterback? Your 6th pick. He's our 6th selection. Why are we acting like he's the 2nd pick in the 2nd round? He was our 6th selection. We hit it out of the park with the first 4. You got Jackson. Phillips, 1-year deal left, nothing guaranteed, no guarantee he even makes the roster. If Jackson plays well, it can push him off. You have Ominata, who's a 1-year deal. You need to build your front up. You made the move for Sweat. You bring him in. Jackson, I like the pick. I thought Jackson was the 3rd round guy. I really did. I had him going a lot if I did trade backs and mocks, and a lot of what I saw was a 3rd round guy. Now, there's nobody there in the 4th round or beyond with these quarterbacks that we love. Not a single one. So if they got a guy that they value and they think, okay, we don't know if he'll get the 128. Maybe they had on their board a couple other teams that may have liked the quarterback. I'm okay taking 2 4s and moving up. Everyone is roasting the Jets for their mid-round selections last year. They were shit. So why do you want them to stack the mid-round selections this year? If they like the guy, now here's my goal with the quarterback. I don't ever want him to play, Jake. I want him to be smart. I want him to be intelligent. I want him to be the guy who's got a year in the system when we bring the rookie in next year and be that guy to lean on and be that long-term mentor and be that guy who's the backup, who's the smartest guy in the room to teach. That's it. That could be his role, and that's okay. Everybody expects every guy we draft to be a starter and a Hall of Famer, and it's not fucking realistic. Also,
I just think
great job bringing me on, the sober guy, after the weed ad. Love that timing.
Well, again, you're not wrong. Trading up was unnecessary because it's a poor process.
But not if they ran their simulations and they didn't think he would get to 128. Now, if they had Jackson valued as an early third, and that's the guy maybe that they tried to move up to get, right? In theory. Now, all right, let's not sit. Let's not wait. We got the defensive tackle. We got other things that we want. Let's go jump up, get this now. And I'm okay with that. Who's going at the end? Who did the Bengals take? A receiver? All right.
But
who's going in that area that we're dying for at the end of
lineman, linebacker, center? Chances are that 4th round pick would be more impactful than Cade Klubnik will ever be.
But not if he's the long-term mentor to the future quarterback next year.
The long-term
mental
mentor
could be the value. The mental could be the value, Jake.
If you want a long-term mentor, you sign a veteran.
You could. And we may do both, but this could be a long-term guy who's there. If he grasps the system, and
he's there for
grasps
4
the
years.
ideology
He's under
and the
contract for
verbiage,
4
what's wrong with
years.
that? And what's wrong with it?
I just think there's better use of that pick. Again, I'm not losing sleep over it. I didn't like trading up, but I understand why fans are critical. I think there's too much negativity. Like, oh my God, like folks, they drafted 4 impact players the first 2 days, including 3 first-round picks. Like that should be the focus.
Yeah. You know what this tells me? They like the additions they made with their offensive line. They like Parham. They re-signed Mitchell. They re-signed Newman, and they re-signed who's the other guy? The Patriot guy. I can't say his name.
I know who you're talking about.
Okafor? Was it Okafor?
Okafor. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
The guy neither one of us could say his name. So
Correct.
They have their depth with the offensive line, right? They have 4 picks in the first 2 rounds next year as of now. Maybe next year's the year they go jump up and get their long-term center. And that's okay. Like you can't fill every hole in 1 year. Hashtag Diana Rossini quotes. Now, when you're looking at the linebacker situation, here's what I'm seeing from it. Here's my take on it. I think they value Maui Noah in a 3-4 more than we think. Because he was out there and he was a thumper last year at times. He was out of position at times. But when he got there, he was a good tackler. And if you can have him cover half the field at times in rundown situations, you take Sherwood off and you got Davis aligning him and telling him what to read and what to do, he could be more impactful. So is he the long-term answer? No. But for this year, in a vacuum, maybe they value Mauanoa more than we believe.
Maybe. I think valuing a day 3 linebacker pick who wasn't very good as a rookie is a bit of a risk. Would you say that?
Yeah. Yeah. But, development, Davis coming into the room and being the leader and the captain now and teaching them how to be pros.
Leon has not forgotten. It took Nick until the Jets started 0-6 to not paint a positive picture for the Jets. You were a Justin Fields guy. I haven't forgotten.
I was. I just didn't know that he was going to put Gorilla Glue on his hands and not let go of the ball. Like it was just going to stick there.
Sean says, remember, we're all fans and our shared frustrations with the team, but we're still here. I mean, Jet fans aren't going anywhere. Like we've been through a lot worse than trading up for Cade Klubnik on day 3. That's for sure. Black Gypsy says, shine great our linebacker core.
I don't do grades because I think people put grades on the draft and people put grades based on their opinions of if the team did what they want them to do. Like if you agreed with me, you get an A. If you didn't do what I like, I'm giving you a D or an F. No, I mean, listen, Davis can elevate the play of everyone in the room. Davis being the leader and the adult in that room could make everybody else better. I think Sherwood had too much on his shoulders last year. I think Sherwood is not the brains of the operation. I think Sherwood could be the guy who excels by just being told what to do instead of figuring out what to do. And the same with Maui Noah. Now, if this all hinges upon Demario Davis remaining healthy, being out there, and the training camp, the OTAs, game week, watching Demario Davis be a pro could raise the level of this entire room.
From your lips to God's ears. Super chats, cut the line here in our mega cast. Sean says, Black Gypsy, Rome wasn't built in 56 years. Come on, it will all come together with Muji muscle. Some positivity from Sean.
The Jet fans getting a little crazy.
Oh, yeah. The Rooster checks in. He's in the raffle for 4. All super chats are double. All gifted memberships are double. All draft weekend long. Nick is 100% correct. Cade, super talented kid that we are drafting as a long-term backup. It's important to improve the QB room round 4, not like round 2. Fair. I just think drafting long-term for a backup when you only got 4 years with said guy, I don't know. It feels like a bit of a reach, but it is what it is. I'm not losing sleep over it. What did you think, Nick, of the other picks they've made to this point? First time I've had you on this weekend. Your thoughts on what the Jets did night 1 and then the Ponds pick last night?
Listen, you know I was an Arvell guy. I thought Arvell should have been the pick. I'm not mad in any way, shape, or form about Bailey. If you're getting the best pure pass rusher on everybody's board, you got to be happy about that. If you're getting Sadiq, the best tight end, and in my opinion, I've been saying this for over a month now, I think the best weapon as a pass catcher, you have to be happy. Now you trade back up, you get Omar Cooper Jr., who's, I believe, #1 in college in Yak, right? We need that. How many times have we seen guys catch the ball and they're tackled right away? Because one of two things. They don't get that separation, they can't break the tackles, or the ball is late getting there. I think we all believe Geno can get the ball to these guys on time. This guy can have a really, really big impact. And you're teaming Sadiq and Cooper up with Taylor, with Garrett, with A.D. Mitchell, with Brees Davis out of the backfield. And now you can get the power game going with Allen. Hopefully he comes back 100%. We never really got to see that take off last year. You're adding all the types of elements to a successful NFL offense. Yes, Reich has a lot of pressure on his shoulders to devise this scheme, but you're only as good as your quarterback. I mean, that's the biggest thing in the NFL. If you can get Geno reading, releasing, reacting on time and time again, we could have a decent offense. We got guys who can go the distance. We got guys who can run past one another, the defense. This could be an exciting offense. And the best part about this, the quarterback in 27, Jake, is coming in as the final piece of the puzzle, not the first. You can go add another. If you don't like A.D. Mitchell, you have 3 ones next year. Let's say we don't have to trade any. You can add the quarterback, a receiver, an offensive lineman. You can go get another corner to replace Stevens and come in. You can take the center in round 2. You can really add to this. And I think offensively, where we are now to where we were day 1 last year, we're light years ahead of where we were. And when you have Taylor and Sadiq together, Aaron Glenn said it on night 1. I know you heard it. We're going to dictate what the defense is going to be in, whether it's nickel, whether it's dime. And if they got matchups that they like and they think they can exploit, they can check out into plays and run that. And you can motion Sadiq out and move him wide into the X or into the slot and get the mismatch that you want. You can run guys downfield with all the speed, throw a swing pass to Brees, get him in the open field one-on-one with a linebacker. When you have this speed, your options are endless. So there's the makings of a talented offense. Whether it all comes together is to be seen. But if Garrett, Geno play a full season together, Jake, we're going to see the best season we've ever seen from Garrett. He's not getting the ball 4 yards from the line of scrimmage time and time again. He's going to get the ball downfield and a chance to make a move and go, which we've all been waiting for.
Indy Jets in the Asmaniac raffle for 2. Let's go, Indy. Appreciate you. Super chat from Kevin. Your favorite pick of the draft, Uncle Shine?
Sadiq.
Yeah, you thought he was the best pass catcher. You were high on him from the beginning.
And not even that. what he brings to the table opens everybody else up. And we need that. We need guys to complement one another. And how many times have we said we got Garrett and nobody else? They're going to double Garrett. No one else can get open. All right, double Garrett. Now we got guys that can get open. Who are you going to double?
Let's hope they know how to use them. That's my only concern. But again, I feel better about the Sadiq pick because they came back up and got Cooper at 30, who many felt wouldn't be there, and you'd have to take it 16. So I'm good with it.
Yeah, when you jump back up, that to me solidified what could be an all-time round one. The talent is there. Whether they bring it all together is to be seen, but the talent is there.
Big fella. If we get Coogan, we'll all feel better. Pat Coogan, the center from Indiana, is still available. He is considered the second best available center remaining. Matt Gubin from Michigan State is one. Coogan is number two. As we make our way through the conclusion here of the fifth round, the New York Jets do not have a pick in the fifth round. They will not pick again until 199 of the sixth round. The Bills have the final pick at 181 for some context. At the end of the fifth round, Jets have a pick in round 6. That is the pick they acquired in the trade back with the Cincinnati Bengals. So they'll pick 199, which is the 18th pick of round 6. And then they're going to pick again twice in round 7, unless they trade some of those picks for some veteran players. That's pick 242. And that's their second 7th, and their first 7th is 228. So 3 picks left for the Jets in this draft. Super chat here from Sean, who says, just imagine when the ship is turned around to the promised land, it will feel like a jet fuel shot right in the vein. Total ecstasy. Well, I hope we get to experience it then, Sean. Will we? Will we be around when the Jets turn it around and go to the promised land?
In a perfect world, right, Jake?
They wrote me off. I ain't right back, though.
Glenn said Gino's taking us there, so we got to believe. Seth, in the raffle for 2, he hit the join button and became a channel member. Thank you, Seth.
The Jet fans getting a little crazy.
All right, let's keep it rolling with your calls. We got Nick Shine hanging out with us here. I'm going to stay on for about 15, 20 more minutes or so. And then again, I'm going to do a Sunday show tomorrow, and we will react to the remaining 3 picks the Jets make and just sum up the entire draft weekend. Let's say hello right now to our guy, Chef Kevin, who's next. What's up, Chef?
Hey, Jake, Nick, how y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm happy with the draft, man, so far. Day 1 was electric, man. You know, we had people that we know up in that pit, man. The Lou B's, the BGs. I think Johnny Boy had a late run over there with Cooper. So, you know, it was electric, man. And then yesterday, you know, felt good with Pons, you know, getting that cornerback. I feel good with that pick. You know, today it's what it is, man. I didn't feel good when we drafted Klubnik. I felt like we could have, you know, just waited or whatever. Am I gonna go crazy over it? Nah, you know, I'm gonna joke a little bit about it, but for me, the simple fact that we're at like 169, 170 pick. We drafted him at 110 or whatever, like, and there hasn't been another quarterback drafted since then. It kind of felt like it was a reach. Now, seeing Frank Wright in that picture being all happy and hysterical and all that, like, all right, I'll feel good. I'll feel good. You know, if we have to put him in and then, you know, he just craps to bed, then, you know, that's when we'll all be critical and whatnot. But for now, I'm never really too high on this day 3 stuff, man. We needed a backup anyway, a developmental kind of piece. Is he that guy? We'll see. The stats from last season didn't really jump off the chart with the touchdowns, with the picks. He had a couple of games. I think it was like 2 or 3 games where he only had 300 passing yards. So if he can only come up with that amount of yards in a full college football season, is he really going to be able to translate that to the NFL level? Like, definitely not year 1. It's going to take a couple of years, but still, like, we could just talk about like with Salah, with what he had and the day 3 stuff. Like, you need time to develop those cats, man. They're all going to be backup pieces anyway. None of them are going to be starters next year. So if you could develop them and then in 2-3 years down the line, then they turn into something good, then cool. All right, I'll take it. But I just felt like it was a reach. So for me, I'm just like, we probably could have waited. We could have had another pick or whatever. But I did feel like with us trading, I think it was with the Lions at 44 to 50. I thought that was pretty good. That was pretty brilliant. We were still able to get our guy in Pond. So, I felt happy with that. But then, with everything else, man, just offensive line, man, like what everybody's been saying. Linebacker, I don't know. Could we? Because with that 3-4, like we already kind of got our guys. Like anybody else that we draft, today, they're not going to play the season, man. It ain't going to be like that. They're not going to have some kind of big impact at all. And if they have to come in and do something, then we're already marching for Arch at that point.
I don't agree with
Klubnik has
that,
got to
because I
play
don't
a
think Mozzie Smith and Peyton Page are guarantees to make the team. You know what I mean?
They're definitely
Mozzie
not.
Smith was rated the lowest defensive tackle in football when he was the throw-in on the trade.
Mozzie Smith's gone, dude. He's not making the team.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Peyton Page, Mozzie Smith, like these guys aren't going to make it. So, and if he comes in and if Daryl Jackson plays phenomenally, there's no guarantee Phillips is here. Phillips has no guaranteed money. They can lower his money and give him a little bit of a guarantee, or they can just let him go outright or try to trade him. So if this kid comes in and this kid is big, he's powerful, that's what you need in a 3-4. You need those three guys who can take on double teams or beat somebody's ass and just throw them back into the pile like the footage shows that he's been able to do. So I like that pick a lot. As your fifth pick, yeah, that's good. And Jake, before I didn't even get to touch on Pons, I mean, we've all said it for months, right? It's Aaron Glenn 2.0. That this guy plays like he's 6'1", 220, and he's not. So, I mean, not everyone might make the roster, and that's okay, because that means you did a good job of bringing in an NFL roster through free agency.
So the stuff on paper as of now looks good, is an improvement. Yeah, of course, we could all say that. But then it comes to the coaching, man. It comes to putting them in the spots, man, executing, knowing when to use your timeouts, use your challenges. Like we really gotta take a better step up from last year, man. And I feel like with the offensive coordinator that we got, it's an upgrade. And then with Glenn, it's all on him, man. He got to play like his job's on the line, man. Like it's you don't have another chance. So for that, I'm a little hopeful, but it's gonna come down to when the season starts, man. And if we have wins, you're gonna buy some more people in. If we start off on the wrong side of the tracks, man, then it's just gonna, the vibes are gonna be down, the attendance is gonna be bad, the vibes are gonna be awful, and then it's just gonna be another repeat kind of thing. So hopefully they could get it right, man. And if they do, they're gonna have a pretty strong, loyal fan base supporting them.
You want my take if it's bad?
Say it one
I
more
dropped
time.
this the other day. If it's bad and you get rid of Glenn, and say the Colts end up with that top 3 pick, you take the other 2 ones and you call up the Rams and you trade for Sean McVay, who does not look happy with having Ty Simpson. He might be one last hurrah with Stafford and then roll the dice and go all in, give up 2 1s for McVay to come develop the rookie quarterback.
Dude, I was watching.
Title contender, chef. Title contender.
I like trading for McVay or Shanahan if something ever happened. I would trade a first round for those guys, 100%.
I don't know about that Simpson thing. I don't know why they did that, man. Like, all the fans, those Rams fans, they're all pissed. They're like, we're trying to win, man. What
It doesn't make sense. If 13's too high to take them. If they didn't make the trade for the corner from Kansas City, whose name is escaping me, and they had that late first to take them. All right, fine. 13, you're all in to try and win. Your quarterback is coming off an MVP season. Like you gotta take a player there that's gonna help you.
It's been 5 rounds. Only 5 quarterbacks have gone. Like, is it that much of a need? Like a reach? This quarterback class ain't that great, man. For 5,
That's a terrible
5
class.
rounds, 5 quarterbacks.
Nussmeier's still there. Taylor Green, Cole Payton, Luke Altmaier, Sawyer Robertson, Joey Aguilar, Haynes King, Mad Max's favorite, Diego Pavia.
Yeah.
They're all there.
How about
6, 7th
this, Jake?
round.
How about this take? Our next pick will be a quarterback too. They take 2.
Let's just take every quarterback. Why not?
I'm gonna throw up, man. If they pick another quarterback, I'm gonna throw up, man.
Well,
Chef Kevin, don't throw up at the restaurant. Great call, man.
That's right. It's a bad omen.
I appreciate it. Big fella, man. Hey, I saw the big fella yesterday. Came through. We had a little face-off kind of thing. It got a little heated, man. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It got a little heated. We're gonna be in for a battle on Tuesday. Be ready for that, man. Jake, I appreciate everything you do. Coverage has been awesome. Shine yourself as well, man. Everything has been solid. Let's go, Jets.
Be good,
Chef Kev, man, you are a tremendous human, a great caller. You versus Big Fella on Tuesday in the Asmaniac Madness semifinal. Oh, baby. It's going to be great. I can't wait, man.
Fireworks. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chef Kevin, he mentioned the face-off. Take a look.
Hey, Asmaniacs, we're here at the Cloverleaf Tavern. We've got Chef, we've got the Big Fella, getting ready for the big matchup this Tuesday. Gentlemen, do us a favor and face the camera for us. All right. Now the face-off. It's getting real. Oh my gosh! No! Wait till Tuesday, guys. Whoa! All right. Without further ado, it'll be this Tuesday. Chef and the Big Fella. I'm coming for you, Big Fella. Yeah.
Coming, baby. Tuesday, 4 p.m. show. Big Fella and Chef Kevin head-to-head for a chance to get to the national championship game. Who will they play? Well, they'll take on the winner of the 2-1 seeds on the other side of our bracket, Gary 3D Boxing and Charles Gorman. And the winners will meet Friday in the Asmaniac Madness National Championship game. Let's go.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna shoot you something right now too to put up there.
Great job by Big Fella and Chef Kevin with that video. I got that this morning, and when Kevin called it, he mentioned it. I was like, oh, perfect time.
Yeah, that's great. And you see, they couldn't even keep a straight face. Who would have thought that Big Fella and Chef Kev would have been our first fight we had to break up? I think everybody, the betting odds would have been Gary and Black Gypsy. But look at where we come.
Thank God the security at the Cloverleaf, just tremendous there.
Imagine if you're pulling up to lunch and you see that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was just sent to me by Nick Shine. The Big Fella and Charles Gorman hanging out at the Nick Shine Draft Hangout Thursday night. Love it.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it under his belly, but the Asmaniac fanny pack is there.
Oh,
when
yeah.
he had to get it out, he had to lift his belly to unzip the fanny pack. And then in typical Charles fashion, he yells at me because he gets dessert. I go, Charles, what course is that? Don't worry about it. All right, what course? It's like my first. It can't be your first. It's dessert. Well, I had an appetizer and then an entree. I go, okay, so this is your third. Yeah, you're right. But I got screamed at in front of everybody.
Well, Charles looks like a real handsome son of a gun here, I will say. You look good, Chuck. You look good. Speaking of Charles Gorman knows he's in action against Gary 3D Boxing on Wednesday in the semifinal. Here's a message from the Charles Gorman campaign.
Hello, everyone. Today, this is my campaign video for my Asmaniac matchup, Final Four matchup against Gary 3D Boxing. Let me start by explaining my fandom of the New York Jets. Now, I know some of you guys may be thinking, I thought you were a Colts fan. That was a horrible lapse in judgment. A horrendous lapse in judgment, I should say. But we've all been there with this team, laugh out loud. I've been a Jet fan full-time, officially, since 2008, my freshman year of high school. That was the year the Jets moved on from Chad Pennington and traded for Packers legend and Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre. I've had a wide variety of Jets merchandise over the years, whether they were kickballs, whether they were flags, whether they were mouse pads, whether they were calendars. I've been a fan of this team for a long time, and I will truly never stop loving and following this team no matter what. As you guys can tell, I was at the Nick Shine's draft party in the Woodbridge Brewing Company. Shout out to Nick Shine, one of my biggest fans, friends, and supporters. You know, I will truly do a better job. I'm sorry. I truly love this team. I remember from that time, the Jets had a good foundation of good players, overall good coaching staff, good plethora of coaches, and it was fun to watch from 2008 to 2010. for the most part anyway. You know, the collapse in '08, the late season collapse in '08 was terrible. And losing to the AFC Championship game to the Peyton Manning-led Colts and the Ben Roethlisberger-led Steelers in the AFC Championship game matchups was a bit disappointing. But at the same time, I felt happy with the direction it was going. And I'm sure like many of you, like all of us, we have felt extremely disappointed with where the team has gone since then. And hopefully we can get right back on track one of these darn days. But another reason why I think you guys should vote for me is because I consider myself one of the better people in this community.
How long will this go?
I mean, I truly believe women have a right to vote. I do think they should be listened to.
Full
even
disclosure,
if we don't agree with what they're
I
saying.
needed to go to the bathroom
I truly,
really bad.
honestly believe that
And saw Charles sent
women
this.
are a very important part of
Played
society.
it, not realizing it's 4 minutes.
Just as important as us
But I said,
men.
I really need to pee. I've been going
I feel
for almost
that gays
4
have
hours
a right
straight.
to be gay. I mean, look,
Oh, God.
regardless of whether or not I think homosexuality is disgusting, that's not my business to say. I've never all in my life walked up to a gate, whether they were two men or two women, and said, you can't be together, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, because that's not my place nor my business.
He just won the tournament.
I was raised to respect people the way they want to be respected. I was taught by my parents to
I think I'd rather the Jets trade up for another bad quarterback than have to watch this.
Respect people for who they are as well. I do agree respect is earned, but at the same time, respect should be given as well.
This is unbelievable.
Respect should be earned 100%. I agree with that, but still, if you want to be respected, you have to give them respect as well. And
Loses train.
yeah, I mean, I truly believe that women have an important part of this society. And that gays, you know, they're just people.
Oh, God.
They're not freaks of nature. They're not abominations or aberrations. They're people, too. Now, I've always believed that homosexuality was genetic, not product of environment. I refuse to believe that crap.
This is
But
longer
that's
than
just me
Bonesy's
personally.
speech at the draft party
Also,
last year.
even though the community sometimes, you know, busts my chops a bit too much, I do love this community. If it wasn't for this community, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. Especially in
Unemployed?
terms of wisdom-wise, especially where I am as a YouTuber and where I've gone to some degree of wisdom-wise, but I really do overall love this community. I really, really do. I do think there's a lot of very good, compassionate, respectful people in this community.
All Gorman.
I honestly believe that. I really honestly do. That's all I have, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll see you later.
That's all you have. Thank you, Charles. Unbelievable.
Jake, man to man, I love you for saving that for when I came on. Thank you.
I needed to pee really bad, Nick, and that was perfect.
If I'm Gary, I no show after that. Just play that. That's Gary's endorsement video.
4 minutes of Charles Gorman being Charles Gorman, folks. Get ready. Final Four starts Tuesday. Big fella, Chef Kevin, Gary versus Gorman.
As maniacs roar, the best of the best. Who survives the test? Let's go, Jets!
You mentioned, or not you, Chef Kevin mentioned the Asmaniacs and the Jets draft pit over the last few days. Lou B, I see, is in the chat. So Lou sent me this late last night. On the show last night, Curtis Martin apparently came over and was saying hello to all the Jet fans who were in the Jet section. And a couple of the Jet guys there were wearing Curtis Martin jerseys. So I said, hey, did Curtis sign the jerseys? And they go, oh, no, he didn't sign it. He just came over and said hello. Curtis Martin came back and then signed the jerseys for those fans. Take a look.
Jake, we got it. Echo Jackie, let's get on here, brother. We appreciate it. We don't give up. We didn't give up. We got it.
Awesome. Shout out to Lou B, Boy Green, and all the Asmaniacs representing the Jets in the draft pit. Love that.
That's what a segue after the Gorman video. You had that in the chamber. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Way to get us back on track. That's why you're the best.
We're back,
Yeah, that's
baby.
great.
We're back. Shout out to everyone who subscribed to our channel. We've gained a bunch of subs over the weekend. If you're new around here, we talk Jets every day. Appreciate the audience immensely. You guys make it possible to do this year-round. Couple of super chats I want to hit, then PBM will be our next callers. We start to wind down our megacast here, and I'll be back again for a Sunday show tomorrow, reacting to everything the Jets did in totality over the 3-day draft period. This one is from the big fella who says, I think we jumped up for Klubnik because the Colts were sitting there. Yes, we could have taken Nuss, but if Reich wanted Klubnik, you go get him. Are the Colts taking Cade Klubnik, though? Like, I don't know. Have the Colts drafted a quarterback?
Oh, man.
Did I miss the quarterback they picked?
I'm pulling it right now. Indianapolis. No.
So I don't know.
The
I
next
mean,
pick is 2-4. They got 3 sevens left. 214, 237, 254.
I'm not sure. Yeah, who knows? Let's see. The Jetstream in the raffle for 4 with this. Thank you, Jetstream. Did Charles lose his train of thought, or did he just take a piss? Probably yes. Sean Bennett wrote in, I vote Charles over Gary. Strong endorsement there from Sean Bennett. Jetstream writes in, holy Gettysburg Address in regards to that Gorman 4-minute masterpiece. And Michael Napolitano became a channel member. He joins the raffle for 2. This is a super chat that we got from Eddie a little bit earlier. He wants Beast's opinion on this. So let me bring on Beast, and then we'll get to PBM before we start to wrap up our show. Ladies and gentlemen, we head live to the attic in Vermont, live to the attic in Illinois.
There's no way anyone in Vermont is getting to an attic.
Beast?
Did you say Vermont?
I can't see you. Get off your fat ass and come over here.
Yeah, right here.
Oh,
Jeez, thank God the chair was there.
Hey, did somebody say Vermont? Oh, that's what she said. What?
All right, it worked yesterday the first time. Don't go to the well too often.
Hey, Eddie's got a question for you, Beast.
Doink, doink. Nah, we'll see what happens. I'm tired right now. Right now, I'm on planet 14 right now. Gliding in the air. Wondering where I'm going to go.
Beast, read Eddie's question to you.
Don't worry. Hey, don't worry about it, kid. Just as the Three Stooges once said, hey, just remember, just watch your P's and Q's. Okay? And don't get your underwear out in public. You know, going, woo, 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 woo. And I'm feeling hungry for a chicken right now.
For the Three Stooges.
Hey, the Three Stooges were my favorites. Mo, Larry, and Curly.
Why did you do a Sopranos accent while doing the Three Stooges?
Beast, what do you think about the linebacker that the Jets could potentially draft there?
Well, we'll see what happens.
How do you say his name, though?
Hey, I'm on Planet 14. Do you know what Planet 14 is?
Hey, try Planet Fitness.
Nope. Trying another dimension on somewhere between Planet X and some galaxy that's far away, millions of miles away. and I might need some of that. And send me some of that in the cloud. I might need some of that.
Only if you read this super chat from Eddie. I'll send you into cloud.
We'll see what happens there, Eddie. Now have a swiggy shot. Enjoy and bon appetit to you. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. And no cheddar either. Yeah, no cheddar. You know what kind of cheddar I like? You. I like my mild cheddar.
Thank you for that, Beast. We covered a lot of ground there. All right, here we go. More of your calls. Maybe our final call here as we're approaching the 4-hour mark here on day 3 of the draft.
About Mike, he loves the Dark Knight. He's got a green pool and he jumps right in. Maybe someday he'll get a brown belt, but for now he's just that purple belt Mike. Purple belt Mike. It might be purple, but he can still kick your dirty ass.
Oh, fuck.
Yo, what's up, guys? So before I make my point, I just want to say vote for Charles, not because of any Gary politics stuff or whatever, but what it would mean for Charles. And, you know, it's not going to change Gary's life if he wins, but if it wins, man, it really will do good for Charles. So I really want to put it out there to vote for Charles, man. Vote for Charles. He's a legendary caller. Not that Gary isn't, because Gary is, but Gorman has given us the all-time moments over and over and over again. Just so throwing that out there. About the draft, I want to talk people off the ledge for a second. If you look at drafts 5 years ago, all the way up to 2024, you look at the 4th round, there's maybe 3 players that are good, and the rest are special teamers and don't live out the rest of their contract. So if you're going to throw a fit on these 4th round picks or 5th round picks or whatever, relax. I don't know where this narrative is where you build your roster out at the end of the rounds or rounds from 4 to 7. That's not real. You build your roster with rounds 1 through 3 and through trades. You do not build your roster through 4 through 7.
You do need to find guys on day 3 though that contribute and help your team. Though the best Jets teams were
but there's 40 players picked in the 4th round, and the average is 3 of them are starters. Not even good. Just the 3 of them are starters on teams. So just take that in a grain of salt. Like, I understand everyone's up in arms about our day 3, but look at everyone's day 3 and not just our day 3. It's very similar. It's very, very similar with hits and misses. So no one jump off the ledge because we drafted a quarterback that we could have got if we stuck and picked. I would have stuck and picked for the record as well, but it's not the end of the world. It's not like we traded future assets in the 1st round, or we were in the 1st round and traded up for a guy that was going to be a 3rd round pick or something. It's really not that big of a deal. They identified a guy, they got him. Let's hope for the best, and it's really not the end of the world. It's 4th round picks, guys. 4th rounders.
What do you think of this prospect from Tom Ace?
I love it. Ace, I love it. You're not going to get me, though. I'm surprised you didn't get Beast to jack me up. I was waiting for it. I was fucking waiting for it.
Did you see it yesterday where we got him?
I was waiting for it.
Yesterday we got him. It was an all-timer.
Oh, no, I missed it.
Yeah, that's why.
Can you play it?
I don't have it handy. I haven't asked Gator to clip it, but it was amazing.
All right, my dog's bitching at me because I have to take her on a walk. So I'll catch you guys later.
Later, buddy.
PBM, thank you very much. All right, home stretch of our show here. Last chance to get in on the Asmaniac raffle. We just heard from this guy in video form. It was a 4-minute masterclass in Charles Gorman greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, live on the Draft Megacast is the #1 seed in the grown-ass man region.
You'll never get my chicken soup recipe. I'm not saying that Lowski takes steroids. Give me some of it. Hey, Charles! Who is that lovely lady? Sing it this way, Charles.
I'm sure you enjoyed it, Jay, considering how respectful you were of the video.
Well, I needed to take a tinkle, so this was super helpful.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jake. I'm really glad.
You haven't learned how to edit a video yet, huh?
I don't really edit videos, no.
I've noticed.
What's funny is he sent
Catering
2
to the
versions.
homosexual vote, pretty big though.
Nick, he sent 2 videos, and I only played the one that said more polished campaign against Gary. So I don't want to know what the first one was. How much long? The first one was 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Holy crap.
If you don't send that to me and Gator in the group chat, dude, we're done.
What was so different between the polished video, which was still 4 minutes and change, and the one that was 6 minutes?
Wanted to add more stuff. If I added that stuff in the first video, it might have been about 10 minutes.
But you added less stuff. If the second video is a minute and a half shorter, what didn't make the second video, he's asking? What did you eliminate?
Well, my first video, I thanked my supporters, but the second one, I pretty much rambled on about what I believe in and stuff. But the second one, I wanted to keep it short and simple.
Oh, you didn't keep it short or simple.
Well, you know what I mean, Jake.
Charles, do you think there's a huge homosexual voting demographic that you're catering to? Because you really pandered to that community.
I didn't just pander to that. I pandered to the women, too.
Things you want to say. I pandered to the women, too.
I love the honesty, Chuck.
I mean, what do you want me to say?
That was my gut reaction. I felt that there was an extra effort to garner that vote.
Let's watch part of the first one. I don't know if I could do 6 minutes of it, but here we go.
Hello, everyone. As
right,
you
that's
guys
enough.
can probably tell, I advanced to the Final Four in Jake Asman's Asmaniac Madness tournament. So before I begin my campaign video for this for my matchup against Gary, I just want to say thank you to all my friends and supporters. I really appreciate that and really means a lot to me. Now, for the reason I want you guys to continue voting for me again is because I try my absolute profound best to be honest to not only myself but to you guys as well. But more importantly, the guy I'm going up against just completely baffles me, you know? The fact that he feels that women should have very limited, if not no freedom of speech whatsoever, especially when it comes to the right to vote. That throws me under the boat. That really rattles my skin a little bit. Last time I checked, society wasn't just built by men, it was built by women too. Last time I checked, the world doesn't just evolve around men, it evolves around women too. And as long as I, Charles Anthony Gorman, lives in the United States of America, who I still proudly and honestly consider to be the greatest nation and country in existence.
Now he's pandering to all Americans.
Regardless of what people say, women have a right to have a stake in this world. They have a right to fight for their beliefs, ideals, and principles in this world too, just as much as a man does. Last time I checked, we don't just have male teachers, we have female teachers too. We don't just have male doctors, we have female doctors too. Last time I checked, we don't just have male nurses, we have female nurses too. For people like him to say that women are best suited being housewives and should just stand around, take care of the kids, and clean the house is not cool in my opinion. I think women should have a right to go out and get a job. I think they should have a right to vote, voice their opinion. Last time I checked, voting is a part of freedom of speech in this country. So for someone like Gary to say that women should not have the right to speak is just wrong in my opinion.
You cut this
Plus,
video,
for Gary
Jake,
to
we're
also
fighting.
say that gays should not be gay is just wrong.
Gays should not be. God.
In my opinion. The fact that I get it to a lot of people, to a lot of religious people, that homosexuality is sin.
I'm going to skip ahead and see if we got a banger at the close here.
Too bad. As bad as the world, as crazy as the world has gotten years, there's also some good things about it. There are people like you and me, that want to fight to. There are both men and women out there.
Oh my God.
To fight for better education for our children. They want to bring back a sense of morality. And they want people to not force their lifestyle as an agenda.
Thank you, Gorman. Quick draft note. Quarterback taken. Eagles, Cole Payton. In a couple of years, Nick Farrier will tell us the Jets need to trade a second rounder to get him. Get ready.
Kevin Cobb 2.0, baby.
Cole Payton, North Dakota State, the latest quarterback that has been taken. So we've had, how many go on day 3? We've had just Klubnik and Payton so far. Is that it? Did you just burp, Gorman?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to do a draft show here. Get out of here, you bastard. I think those are the only 2 so far on day 3.
I believe so. I'd like to say F the Eagles because that was interrupted that video. Is he running for public office or for going against Gary in your show?
Gorman, piece of advice to you. Focus on the entertainment value you bring to the show. Worry less about Gary's opinions on stuff and run a campaign on your greatness. You're a 1 seed for a reason. Remind people why. That should be your next video ahead of this battle on Tuesday.
Charles, do me a favor. As your advocate, don't hit the record button on your freaking phone until you speak to me. Hit the
no, thank you. Yes. Let's go.
That's what I want to see from Gorman, not him talking about women's voting rights.
That's a Nick Shine production right there, Jake.
Big. Real big. All right, home stretch here. Josh is next on the show today. Hello, Josh.
What's up, guys? How we doing? I've been happy with the draft so far, but I have no interest in Cade Klubnik on my team.
Yeah, I am not the biggest Klubnik guy. I'm okay with taking a quarterback on day 3, but my big thing is I didn't think they needed to trade up to do it. Again, Cole Payton made it to the 5th round here, and Eagles got him without having to trade anything. Like, I think Klubnik would have been there for the Jets with one of their forwards.
The trade doesn't even bother me. They didn't give up all that much. It's just the 4th round swap, and then they moved back into the 6th round. But of all the quarterbacks available, I don't know how they determined that Klubnik was the best one, but I did like the Daryl Jackson pick. I think he's going to be great at stopping the run, which the Jets needed a lot of. I thought Juwan Briggs did a nice job, and so did Harrison Phillips stepping up. But the Jets were still awful because we had guys like Michael Clemens on the roster last year. So hopefully this is a guy that's going to be able to come in and stop the run and hopefully develop a little bit better as a pass rusher because he only had 1 sack.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to when Josh Allen wants to do that quarterback keeper and Sweat and Jackson are out there on the field. And then Briggs and Phillips are in the B gaps too. Go ahead. Do your stupid
Just
keeper.
gets flattened by like a pancake. There you go.
Yeah, we should be able to stop the run. We should be able to be more physical. And these linebackers in a 3-4 set should be able to run free a lot to get to the ball carrier.
I agree, hopefully. And people forget we also brought in Devondre Sweat this offseason from Tennessee. That'll also help.
That's my favorite guy we brought in. You can't run a 3-4 without a massive monster in the middle of the 3.
Yeah, that'll help. Certainly better than an injured Jermaine Johnson.
How you feeling about the Nets?
They need a lot of help. May 10th, draft lottery day, so that's where the franchise either turns around. Hopefully AJ DeBansa, that's my number 1 guy right now, but this franchise either continues to go down the route they're taking, continues to go towards the gutter, or they can start the turnaround and actually be a solid play-in team next year. But that all hinges on the draft lottery. But luckily for them, if there's any year to bank on the number 1 scorer that you need to turn your franchise around, this is the year, an extremely deep NBA draft class.
Josh, you're the man.
I'm a Tar Heel fan. I'm praying for Caleb Wilson to go to the Nets. That'll be exciting.
Should be. Nick, Jake, appreciate it. Hopefully good. The Jets are able to round this out, and then the offseason is truly in full swing. Thanks, guys. See you.
Josh, good job by you. Keep it rolling here with your calls. Nick, I might lose you for a second as I switch slides. Hold on. I did, and Nick's back with us. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 calls left, and let's hit a legend. We heard from his opponent already during the show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
He's home, his bell is on the bed. That's what feels good. On the road, his bell is on the bed. In a dirty hotel room. He calls the show, his bell is on the bed. He's just more comfortable. He got a beard, loves the Jets. SuperChats. Where's a big fella? Sleeps alone. There's no room on his bed. Where's a big fella?
What's up, gentlemen?
Big fella.
What's up, twin?
What's up, man? Yo, that poor kid. The Nets are never going to come back, bro. Ever. They have a worse history than we do, man. It's so bad. Become a Knicks fan. You'll feel better.
Ew. Horrible advice. End this call, Jake. End this call.
Yeah. What would you give the Jets draft today in grading wise?
Just today?
No, I overall.
B plus. B or B plus.
Okay. What about you, Nick?
I don't do the grades, but I would say I like the addition of Jackson. I think he'll fit in well with the D line. And Klubnik, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a guy that you think will project into a starter, it's an F. But if you're looking at a guy who could be the career backup and the mentor and the guy that takes care of the guy next year, not like that. I know what you're thinking, chat. Strike that comment from the record. But if you're looking for the guy to be in the room and help develop and be the brain to lean on for the rookie that we go all in for next year, then if you keep him in that lane, then I think it could be successful. You know, he's praised for his early success. He's very smart, and sometimes that's just what you need to be a backup. And if he's a spot starter, right, he's a middle reliever. We don't expect him to be an ace. He's not getting the ball in game 7, but he might have to spot start here and there. And that could be his career trajectory, and that's fine. So it depends what you're looking for. I know we want a franchise-saving quarterback, big fella. I just don't think he's that.
Well, my grade is an A-. I didn't want Bailey. I wanted Reese, but after the draft party, I went to sleep and everything, thought about it. He was the right move. And I didn't think like I would like the first round if we got Bailey and Cooper. But when you add Sadiq in there and where we got Cooper, I really like it. I think it's a really, really good first round. Pons, I'm happy with Pons too. I mean, if he can be anything like Aaron Glenn, anything, that's a major, major plus. Jackson, he anchored Florida State. Who knows if Tavondre Sweat gets hurt, man? We need a big guy there to plug up the middle. I think it's a really good draft. And Cade Klubnik, he had a bad year last year. Clemson had a bad year last year. That Pinstripe Bowl, he didn't have like his top wide receivers or linemen in the bowl. He played like shit, but it's hard to play well when you're up against that. So I don't know. I just think I think this draft is a pretty damn good draft, and I've always said we're drafting a quarterback this year to be the backup for the quarterback next year. And yeah, he was a fourth rounder, but if Reich likes him, and he has potential to possibly play games if our number one gets hurt, that's a plus for us. So I just think I think this draft is very, very good in my opinion.
Big fella, I'll tell you what, you said something that tees me up perfectly here. Great call by you. If Reich likes him, Reich doesn't just like him. Take a look at this. Reich loves him. Reich's the one who made the call to him. The Jets just posted this. We'll watch it together.
That's right, man. How you doing? Hey, man, congrats. Congrats,
hey,
you fired up?
Let's go, man. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. I'm so excited to go to work with you.
Yeah, well, we are super excited. You're our kind of guy. And from that first time we were on campus there, right, we just kind of felt everything felt good and right. And from the workout to the classroom, and now here we are. You're a Jet.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm so pumped. I love y'all staff, and I'm so excited to go to work and do something special.
Yeah, this is a real good fit, and let's just get to work, and I'll be in touch real soon.
Yeah, send me the playbook as soon as you can.
All right. Well, hey, I will, and congrats to you and your family, and tell everyone we said hey, and I'll talk to you soon.
Send the playbook as soon as you can. And this was a right pick. And again, I'm not criticizing the pick. That's their guy. Fine. Didn't like moving up for him, but it is what it is. I think the Jets have had a very good draft overall, and I'm not going to let a fourth round quarterback selection influence my opinion one way or another, as we've been saying.
Yeah. And again, it's the sixth selection. Like we hit, I think, a couple home runs early on. And then you can roll the dice there in the middle round. And if you don't have needs, don't forget, we brought in a lot of guys in free agency. So there were going to be some trade ups to get rid of these late round picks. And they still might do that again with the sixes and sevens, and they like what they have, man. They brought in weapons. They brought in the edge rusher. They brought in a lot of beef to stop the run. Now you stop the run, and it's 3rd and 8, and you got Bailey and Will coming off the edge with these big bodies, consuming blockers up front who can collapse the pocket. We could play some exciting football at times, Jake.
From your lips to God's ears. All right, Nick, I will let you run because I'm going to get to these last two and then wrap up our 4-hour stream.
Quick question. Emergency stream when we draft the kicker?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
You got it.
See you later, buddy.
Nick Scheid checking in. Go subscribe to Nick's channel, Nick Scheid Show. A couple calls left. Appreciate everyone tuned in. We still have 400 people watching, which is insane. We've been going at it for 4 hours here. We'll be live tomorrow. I'm going to do a Sunday show because we'll recap whatever the Jets do with their 1/6 and 2/7 and then look at the draft as a whole, working on some big guests for this upcoming week to react to everything. Sean wrote in, Charles Gorman needs donations. So here's Charles. All right, $2 to the Gorman Fund, I suppose. Ozzy in our raffle for 2. He gifted a membership. Let's go. Appreciate you, Ozzy. And then we got this one from Jetstream who says, I love this draft. My only issue is I would have liked to draft an O-lineman at some point. Need that depth with our Fields injury history, with the MetLife Turfs history. Yeah, and again, I don't think all 5 of the Jets O-linemen are going to stay healthy again. So I felt like they could have taken a center today with one of the forwards or just a guard. They didn't. They thought Klubnik was worth it. Time will tell. 2 calls left here. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. If you're new to the show, get ready for this one.
If Mad Max ain't yapping about Jets, that boy, he's jamming, he's slamming, freaking dancing, wall smashing. I'm Jake Asman. If Mad Max ain't ever stop yapping, that boy, he still be dancing. Then call Jake Asman. He got an orange wall.
What's up, Asmaniacs? How you guys doing
Can you
today?
hear me?
So let's react to the rest of the draft. So the Cade Klubnik pick, it was an all right pick. But you know what? I would have preferred the Jets take Diego Pavi. You know, come on. I think Pavi was a better prospect than Klubnik. Like, come on. But Klubnik could be a good fit for Greg's offense. What's your thoughts on that, Jake?
Oh, yeah.
And then, what's the other player he took in the 3rd round? I can't remember the guy's name. But he was a good pick as well. But honestly, does anyone want to see the Aaron Glenn salsa dance?
Yes, we all want to see Aaron Glenn salsa dance.
Okay, this is the Aaron Glenn salsa dance. This is Isaac.
What does your roommate sitting behind you think of this?
I don't know, but should we get an Asmaniac Rumble? Let's get every Asmaniac to react to the draft picks. Can we get a Rumble, please?
You want a rumble?
Yes, sir.
We'll give you a rumble.
We can't hear you. Restart. Go to commercial.
Sad
man. Sad man. There's no way you have any idea what creativity to life is. And I love this Nintendo music. You know, that little... Yay! Yeah. You don't know nothing about the bushwhackers, do you? No, you don't. Well, go home and go eat your sardines while you're at. You know,
Peace. What do you grade the draft? A to F. What would you grade the draft?
B-.
What do you not like about the? What do you not like about the draft, Peace?
Did you hear me, brother, man?
Yeah. What do you not like about it? What's your thoughts on the Cade Klubnik pick?
Hey, no quarterback yet. Still need a center. Ain't enough. Ain't enough.
Let's go! Outstanding call by Mad Max and Beast. Nick Shine writes in, is Max the vote Charles was pandering to? He might have been. Austria Jet fan in the raffle for 2. Thank you. Nick Shine in the raffle for 2. He gifted a membership. Love it. All right, 1 call left here. We're over 4 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, Prison Mike will wrap us up. What's up, Mike?
What's up, Jake? Just got home from work. I was listening. I had to call in. Listen, do you make Mad Max drink 10 Red Bulls before you put him on? Is like that the prerequisite that he has to get like fired up like that? He's great. He's freaking great.
He's one of one. You just let him go. He's always the same every time.
Well,
always bringing it.
Listen, when I was his age, I was probably the same way. You know, the quarterback, I think everyone has to chill. I mean, listen, the only problem I have with it is that they traded up. He would have been there at 128, but not many quarterbacks were really taken. And I got a friend, I texted him when they made this pick, big college guy, knows quarterbacks. His exact words to me was, Heisman Trophy preseason last season, he shit the bed, but so did the rest of the team. The whole team was awful. Was it, nice start throw, could work out as a backup. And like
he was
Nick
the number
said,
3rd overall player on Field Yach's board. Like, again, they all had bad years, basically, besides Dante Moore, who emerged, and then, obviously what Mendoza did speaks for itself.
Right. So like Nick just said, if this guy is a 4th round pick and you're paying him whatever, and he can win games for you and just be there as a backup, so you don't have to pay somebody, I don't know, whatever, $3-5 million as a backup, it's a win. I mean, that was their guy. Okay. Nussmeier never went, right? He's still out there.
He is still out there. Yeah. Cole Payton was the latest quarterback.
Okay. So, I mean, it's, apples and oranges. What's good for one is good for another. I don't think it's terrible. The chat was going crazy when I saw it about this pick. I don't think it was that bad. So, listen.
I think it's trading up for it, Mike. I think that's why people went crazy.
No, I agree 100%. He would have been there at 128. So what we do? We probably lost the 140 pick. Is that what we lost?
Yeah. I mean, you could have just taken him at 103, and then you could have taken 2 players in the 4th round.
I mean, listen, if this is the worst thing Muji did in this weekend, are we all complaining, Jake?
No,
Are
of
we?
course not.
No.
And I've said that from the beginning, but I also understand why fans are annoyed because we've seen this a lot from Jet
Yeah.
regimes where they just don't value the third round or the third day of the draft properly. And it's frustrating because last year we gave them the benefit of the doubt, or at least I did, and they lit picks on fire. Let's be honest. Arian Smith, Tyler Barron, they traded up for. They lit day 3 picks on fire. And when the Jets were successful in the 2000s, going to the playoffs 6 times, look at some of the day 3 picks they hit on. They hit on a lot of guys that were contributing players.
No, you're right. You're right. But like I said, I mean, it's not the end of the world. So listen, we'll see where it plays out. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, great weekend. Jake, you had a monster shows all weekend, man. I don't know how you do it, man. I don't know how the hell you do it, man. 4 hours here, 5 hours here, flying to Pittsburgh, man. That's just unbelievable. But listen, we're all into it, and let's face it, you're the reason why we're still here. 400 people in an off season, okay, when the Jets suck, is pretty impressive.
Well, I appreciate it, Prison Mike. We've had 10,000 people watch this one show alone, according to YouTube. So, and big thank you to everyone who's tuned in not just today, but all weekend long, from our draft party on Thursday to the streams at night, last night, all of it.
And one last thing, everybody, Charles Gorman, let's go. Okay, everyone vote for Charles. He deserves it.
King Gorman?
King Gorman, baby. I think he was running for office. I think he was running for president on that four-minute speech he gave. But, geez, I mean, it was everything like you said, but him. But he's a good guy, and listen, he deserves it, all right? So have a good weekend, Jake. I'll tune in tomorrow.
Love it. Mike, I appreciate it. Great call. Thanks for the kind words. Prison Mike checking in. Taylor Green just got picked. So we've had another quarterback go here, 6th round. So the Arkansas quarterback many Jet fans wanted is off the board. So we've had Cole Payton go, and we've had Taylor Green go in the last couple of picks. The Jets took the only other quarterback at the beginning of the 4th round when they traded up to take Clemson QB Cade Klubnik. Appreciate everyone who has tuned in. You guys are awesome, making this draft weekend so much fun. Big shout out to our sponsor, PrizePicks, for making all this happen for us behind the scenes. Big thank you to everyone who has subscribed to the channel. We had over 45K last week, and we're looking for even more. So shout out to everyone who supports the show. We will be live tomorrow, unless the Jets do something ridiculous later today. I'll do an emergency show, but we'll be live tomorrow to recap the 6th and 7th round picks they'll make, and then more importantly, focus as a whole on everything that the Jets have done over the last couple of days. So you guys are the best. Shout out to David who goes, thanks, Iron Man Jake. Shout out to Bree who writes in as Maniacs. That's right. Let's go. We got the best listeners ever. Let's see. Ralphie wrote in, let's see if Nuss's dad draft. I mean, he could go to the Saints at this rate. I didn't think he'd be there, but who knows? We shall see. All right. That does it for me, barring any crazy Jet breaking news. Thank you to everyone who tuned in all weekend long. I want to thank all the guests that we had on our MegaCast today. You guys are awesome. I think the Jets have had a really, really good weekend. We could debate the Klubnik semantics all we want, but let's not lose sight of the fact the Jets, I believe, nailed it with their first 3 selections and got it right last night with D'Angelo Pons. So overall, I am optimistic, and I will try and be optimistic when I can because it's been tough to find things to be positive about with the Jets. But the 3 picks on day 1 and the Pons pick, I think, are worth celebrating. So I will continue to do so. You guys are the absolute best. Like the video on your way out if you haven't already. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel if you haven't already done so. I will talk to you guys soon. We'll have a live show for you tomorrow. JETS, 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 Jets. I leave you all with a clip that I feel needs to be played on a day like today. Sit back and bask in the glory of Jet greatness. Let's go, Jets.
Jets, let's go!
Oh, hi. Jake wants me to ask you to click on the like button.
That's right, Lane. And if they don't subscribe to the Jake Asman Show, this team may never win another game. Let's go, Jets!